morning, guys. Or good evening. Still month. It's still the language month, and I have to speak. Magandang gabi. Yes, magandang gabi.
マジで苦労するぜ。いっつもお前に付きまとわれて。おい、どこに行くんだよ。よそに行くんじゃねえ。
She's so adorable.
俺。
Yes. Hiya. Hiya, papaya. Where's my one tool here? Okay. Anyway, so before we actually start the with the chapter again, I gotta do dailies first, as per usual. More of like a warm-up kind of thing. Guess we need one more battle mission to supply crates. Okay. That's fine. That's complete. And this one. Bonus action. It's 1, 2, 3. I need this one. I'll use this. 4. Nice. Okay. I still have 11. It's fine. Let's see what's in here. Precision set. Okay. And we're done. There we go. Right. Next. Let's see. My dorm. Oh, by the way, how are you guys? Like, for me, I believe it or not, I just woke up like around 30, 40 minutes ago. I like sleeping nowadays. Dang. Why am I like this? I like sleeping now. Good to know that I'm not the only one vibing to the PG music. It's just so nice. Just so nice. Well, as usual because of the weather. Yes, that is true. That is true. Oh, she wants me to pat her. Here, have some pats. I'll waste all of my pats for you. There. I'm playing Genshin because funny French country. Huh? Aww. I don't know what's the with Genshin and French. I don't really get it. Oh, he actually wants to sit. He actually want to sit down somewhere. Well, you can make him sit down here. That'd be cool. Yes, warm yourself up. There we go. Right. Then grab this one. Oh wait. Chores. Assign people. Like anybody. Actually, I'll just select the others here. There. And buy some in the shop. Get some coding sketch. There. Contain update. Okay, whole new country. There's some more stuff to explore. Yeah, I already stopped playing Genshin. I already stopped like quite a while back already. It's been, I don't know, since update 1.1. So it's been a long time. Oh no. So the only part I recall was when Liyue was still new. That's it. Okay, let's see. Shop. Then I'll get this one. What else? I'm actually tempted to buy this so much. This is so cool, but I'm trying to control myself for other things because this thing just looks so nice. Actually fits her, and I just like the top hat. What else? This one. Log in. Members. I think my Lou should get some upgrade here. Evolve. There. Next. Mission. Claim. Right. Okay, I guess we're almost done with the dailies, and then we'll go proceed to the main chapter. Because the last time I played this one, I apparently died, so it was kind of like a part of the story, and I'm not sure how will this affect me. Like, how am I truly dead or something? Oh. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything at this point. I'm already rank 1 already. I don't think anybody can chase me at this point. I'll just leave that. I'll just leave that. It says here I need to clear Warzone stages for the first time, which I can't do it anymore. Phantom Pain. Yeah, we can do Phantom Pain. And it doesn't like ice, so maybe I shouldn't auto clear. Should I even auto clear? You know what? Let's go. I'm just gonna auto clear this. 80% of your original record. Aw, darn. You know what? I'm gonna play it. I just need to warm up. Okay. Maybe I can use her prior. Yeah, I'll use her. Yeah, I'll just unload these two. But I don't have enough chips for her. So she's still underbuilt. So okay, you know what? I'm using her instead. Let's go. I have blue below. Purple yam is delicious. I agree. I think it's lovely. Oops. There we go. That's one down.
これが最後の戦
Kind
い
of
だ
messed
と
up in the first part.
指揮官
I kind of forgot my controls in that one. Like just for a couple of seconds, or a few seconds rather. Because imagine playing 4 different games already. Like well, currently I'm doing, well, not just 4 games actually, like probably 5 or 6. Kind of lost count. But yeah, we have PGR, we have either Geyser, we have Hades, we have Snowbreak Containment Zone. It's all over the place.
この一撃先人のカラスは退きなさい退きなさいカラスはよ私の刃になってください先人のカラスはこの一撃でこの程度じゃ
Oh, freak. Hmm?
先人のカラスはこの一撃でカラスはよ私の刃になってください
What about the game's key updates to the story lore?
これが最後の戦いだといいですね指揮官
Well, I'm not sure already. I'm just well, for the other games, I just read it instead. Like, if I'm not playing the game, I just read it. Or probably like ask someone who's literally playing it. Right. Wow. I can feel my hands and fingers are warming up already. It's good.
退きなさい先人のカラスはこの程度
Oh,
じ
what
ゃ
the? Huh? Okay. That was weird.
退きなさいカラスはよ私の刃になってください
Okay, I missed that one.
この程度じゃ先人の退きなさいカラスはよ私の刃になってください
What the?
この程度
That's annoying. Oh, frick. Come here. Oh.
先人のカラスは退きなさいカラスはよ私の刃になってください
Oh, it's still alive.
この程度じゃ
Ow. We can do this.
退きなさいカラスはよ私の刃になってくださいこれが最後の
Right,
戦いだといいです
let's run it down.
指揮官
Okay, I'm already finished with the Phantom Cage. And in Pain Cage. Oh wait, not yet. I just need one more. I just need one more. Okay, might as well face wash you. Okay, I'm gonna use her.
当分
Let's
の
use the kid.
チームメンバーの
他のやつもいるのかあいつ
Believe in the power of friendship or something like that. Yes. It's always the friendship that always prevail in most of the stories I've seen. What the?
バルは誰一人一発戦記 こ
try Huashu. I'm better.
悪党邪道全部退散
I almost died there. Hey, that's done. Got the rewards, and let's see what we got here. Yeah, I'll just grab this Spire. There we go. What else? What else do we need? I can also get her. But speaking of which, I think I need to complete Vera, her rosin form. I mean, she's kind of... I think she's almost done. She's ready triple S. Let me check. Yeah, she's on her way. She is on her way. Right. I guess what else? What else do I need to do? I think I've done most for the most part here. Yeah, I'll just interact with my construct. Here. Oh wait, I forgot one more thing. What? We should really gift her. But for that, yeah, I'll just have to gift her. Let's give her everything. Let's go. Yo, here. Max. Here. Take everything.
おい、休憩室に戻ったら左側を見てみな。そう、上から2番目の引き出し。
ああ。
絶対に忘れんじゃねえぞ。約束な。
Ah, and she's awesome tsundere. It's really cute. Nick Harrigan does not fight on the front lines as often as the task force members. She's always searching for a glimmer of hope in the battlefield of technology. Fortunately, Harrigan is never alone in this fight. She races against time with her warriors. In battling difficulties is her responsibility as the captain of her source of pride. Huh. Okay, that's good to know. During her study, Karina tried learning musical instruments and eventually chose to learn the drums. Her vocal teacher at the time described the sound as the beats that strike the soul. Soon after that, advised her to quit in a gentle manner. Huh. Okay, well, I didn't know she actually plays a musical instrument. That's new. To have a new combat style here is go through high intensity zero gravity and hypergravity training every day. Because it sort of overcome to avoid being hit by her two ponytails in the face during the spin. Wait, really? So basically, whenever she spins, that is her training. She doesn't allow her ponytail to actually like hit her face. Dang. Dang. Hey, that was something.
こいつの寝顔結構面白いよな。うわ急に目を開けんじゃねえ。早く目を閉じろ。
Aw. Well, that was something. That was something. Right. Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead and continue the main chapter already. Okay, this is actually the first time I saw the map. Sunken in Scarlet. Escaping from calamity. Praying in doomsday. Wait, what happened here? Wait, oh. Okay. Nightmare of the world. Fourth step into the eternal night of death, and with different language and bodies, roar as one in the afterburn of dawn. Wait, so since I died in the Evernight beat, did I just fuse myself with the red tide or some sort? People say that life is born from another mother's suffering, then grows up in an accompaniment of torture, and is extinguished in sorrow. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow, because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. Hello, girl. If you're a baby about to be born or someone on the verge of death, faced with what was to come or back turned to what had already transpired, what would fill the depths of your heart? Excitement? Fear? You can start over. Would you choose this life? Good question. What? Is this your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I've never thought about that. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. If so, I hope you would not regret this decision. You will regret this. 620. Okay, the last transfer craft here for rescue mission crashed and caused a massive explosion. A horde of hetero creatures rose from dense smoke, declaring their victory in humanity's loss of air superiority. In the wilderness, Midleys helped a survivor dragged his broken leg as he struggles to escape their capture. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Though he is being verbally harsh, he does stop for a while to let his companion catch up and seize the chance to fire bullets at the hetero creatures coming from the sky. It's been over a month since a disaster that happened in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. The humans trapped in the surface still have to rely on this method to survive. The escape plan you propose is crazy. There's almost no chance for us to. Still is in shock. Talks to Lynne while trembling. Lynne Lucia used that external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just. He gets interrupted by from Lee's terminal, but Lee doesn't look down to check that device. Instead, he remains vigilant and continues to hunt down the terror creatures that try to get close. Lucia has found a transport vehicle. She's on her way here. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? She's the captain of the Grey Ribbon. Forget it, after all. If she could survive a battle like that. Alright then, let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He says and then appears to relax over ever so slightly. He does not answer. He focuses his attention on the terror creatures flying in the sky and continues in the same direction. We need to get them off our tails before we enter the conservation area. They're still coming this way? Of course. You really shouldn't just go charging into the crash site to save people. Now that those bastards are around, the transport crafts are going straight for you. You're the reinforcements sent by Babylonia. You're our comrades. He says helplessly for having to state the obvious. These were Lucia's exact words. If our commandant was still conscious... Huh? If our commandant was still consciousness... Was still consciousness? Oh, isn't it like still conscious? The same would surely be said. So I won't leave you behind either. But I heard there aren't enough medical supplies to treat all the wounded in its conservation area. Before we set out, we had already prepared to sacrifice ourselves and recall. Oh no, the recall does not work. And yeah, I mean, it's sort of like a false hope at this point. Just to give him a chance. Because if you actually tell them the truth, morale will just, you know, drift away. Spend too many medical supplies, eventually most likely injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people would die on the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from London just to be a liability for base here on the surface. That's not for you to worry about. We will take you and the other casualty Lucian brought back to the conservation area for professional evaluation to assess the necessary provisions. You mean that other member from Graven live? She didn't come here with leave. She's staying in the conservation area to help tend to the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies, but we'll at least be able to hold out for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we wouldn't have gotten the supplies secured. People in the conservation area are still waiting for good news from Babylonian reinforcements. Not to mention, saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan... Yeah. Recalling does not work. Well, you know what happened to Undying Roy, right? Undying Loy, not Roy, Loy. So, yeah, was failed once again. Yeah. So... Whoa, okay, what is this? List of fallen concerts since the Battle of Pulliam Forest Park. Ruins till date is hereby disclosed by popular demand. They love the disaster with their own flesh and put it away to the destruction of the Terror Hive Mother. They have shaped the future of Earth, and mankind will always remember their sacrifice. So we have Terrence, Clive, Gus, Dazzle, Faraday, Garcia, Becky, Hill, Bob, Evelyn. Huh. Okay. And they're like mixed. Like Yeesh. The prologue of our nightmare finally concludes as the cry of the Hedera Hive Mother echoed through the Pulliam Forest Park ruins. Huh. Wait, there's a name here called Norris. Is this Chuck Norris? What the? It's right like over here. There's a person named Flower? I mean, priest is fine, I guess, but Flower? Evelyn. Huh. Evelina. Wait, why are there two Evelyns? Like, one's over here and the other one's over here. What the? Is this like copy-paste? Then there's like Arlie, and then there's another Arlie. How many Arlies are there? Okay, never mind. You know what? Forget the details. The explosion includes a highly concentrated punishing virus and that mother everywhere, covering the entire forest park in the ashes of death. When the magnificent light from the Longinus arsenal finally dissipated, only charred remains of the Heteroma Hive Mother and all those Heter sapiens lurking in the forest were left. 439 concerts are still missing to date. Ah, okay. But the punishing virus didn't just disappear like that, and the Great Fire didn't stop the violent Heter creatures and the Heter sapiens from running rampant. With the CPF 040 destroyed, the tower no longer purified in the air of the punishing virus, and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of an already dire situation. Dedicated to the most accurate lives, the Battle of Pulliam Forest Park ruins. Commandant Hans. Okay. Marshal Mo Anderson Adams in house. And a total of 27 stranded personnel within 55 kilometers of CPF 040. Calamity spread like wildfire, and the punching virus filled the air. To restore life on Earth, we hope the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall exhaust all our manpower and transportation capacity to get the victims out of this disaster to a safe area farther away from here. The Babylonian citizens have cast their votes, and we decided to go with this decision. Time's of the essence, if we are to save lives. Strikehawk and Cerberus will lead this rescue operation and deal with the hostile hetero creatures coming from the sky. Move out, team. First few operations went well. Most Babylonian citizens didn't expect they would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to the display safely. However, calamity ensued shortly afterward. We failed. Many teams reported this last one. They said they saw some hetero creatures with wings that learned how to fly with the help of highly concentrated punching virus. Now, those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. We lost contact with the elite squad on the other transport craft. When the residents of Babylonia finally decided to cast aside their worries and accept life on the ground, the sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll only repeat our mistake. The elite team trapped on the surface volunteers to protect the conservation area and hunt down the hetero creatures and hetero sapiens. Boss, I've dealt with the areas I was asked to clean up. But look at this. Max Ferris is browsing the mission according and points to the red tide behind him. Their creatures are coming back to life in the raging red tide. Then, we'll vaporize the red tide too. Certificates of the recording means their weapons and approach red tide. However, another signal stops them in their tracks. This notification is for all the task force members. Judging by the data we collected, the red tide shows no signs of stopping. Even if we make the red tide evaporate, their punching virus will remain in the air. When the punching virus strikes again and corrupts human bodies, the festered flesh will slowly converge and form a new red tide, similar to the liquids those hetero sapiens secrete. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster in our hands. But no need to waste time on tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as there are casualties in the presence of the punching virus. Asimov, do you think we are cleaning the red tide or the dead that became part of it? No one can answer this question. Feels like this story is going to be really long. The disaster is dragging us slowly into hell. No place to hide, no place to flee. After the fire in the forest part ruins goes out, hordes of hetero creatures emerge worldwide. Overwhelming and unstoppable, they slaughter all living beings that stand in their way. Under cascading death, the harm caused by the unidentified twins is actually negligible. A tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints of grief and death through the surrounding land. The twins left among the ashes walk toward the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from dead humans unconscious along the way. After arriving at the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continued to move northward along the coast. They joined a barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and conscripts stationed in the defense zone, resulting in the destruction of the conservation areas and 37 cities and leaving no survivors. When the garrison sensed that there was no chance of victory, they had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, predicting their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately or stays in the same area for a long period of time. But most of the time, the twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore one city for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next city. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, residents from the adjacent cities flee in bands. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to fate to decide. If people choose to leave early because of fear, they'll fall in the dilemma of competing for resources with the residents of other cities. These etheric creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to the land whenever they inundate. Under such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins passed managed to survive. Only by retreating underground had they not drawn the twins' attention. However, when the garrison in the next conversation area attempted to adopt this tactic, they were instead burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving little by little. Well, this is really scary. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings and temperament in their biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. They pick up lone humans, like cherishing the seeds, and return them to the crowd. All of these humans would die of severe infection after coming into contact with the punishing virus. Some people had witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, the twins also insert the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. Before they truly understand feelings and benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. At first, in order to avoid the high concentration of punishing virus on the surface, people planned to migrate to the Arctic route reunion. But these creatures began to venture northward. With the barrage of the twins and migrating etheric creatures bringing danger to the northwest, people turned to the southeast for refuge. With surface buildings in the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPFs can no longer ensure safety in such a high concentration of the punishing virus. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection and rescue operations to the constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted with full sets of protective suits, their movements are still hindered by the threat of the etheric creatures. When all the land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel time and again. We are forced to step into the eternal night of death, and with different language and bodies, roar as one in the afterburn of dawn. In order to retain the few modes of light that remain in this darkness. Dang. So basically, the entire world's fucked. TLDR, the entire world's fucked. Okay. Right, so that's a pretty much the entire first node, I guess. Pouring rain. Babylonia. Cold lights once again illuminate the symbols of the five powers. Gloomy space masks the anxious expression of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain solemnity and unity in front of the camera. In sounds, the light representing the will of the people appears on the screen as arranged, saying that everything is ready. Hansen rises and announces the commencement of the meeting. I'm sure everyone already knows the topic of this meeting. During our last meeting, the overwhelming majority voted in favor of supporting all refugees who consent back to Babylonia. TLDR, it's however. These days, we have made considerable sacrifices, but we have not achieved the corresponding results. The Sand leads everyone sees the light blue holy screen in front of him, which shows up a group of rosters and a graph of green data, indicating a downward trend. 3 hours have passed since our last failed rescue attempt. After the Polar Forest Park disaster in Babylonia, we dispatched 765 transport crafts, over 274 attempts to the surface. On day 1 of the disaster, we rescued 587 refugees at a loss of 13 aircrafts and 21 pilots and crew perished. On day 2, 493 refugees were rescued with 11 severe injuries, 42 minor injuries, 27 aircrafts were lost, and 36 pilots. Wow, that's on day 3. 271 refugees rescued with 21 severe injuries, 7 died from their wounds upon returning to Epilogue, 53 aircrafts were lost, and 71 pilots and crew perished. It's, yeah, this is really bad. In order to increase the success of these rescue missions, we dispatched Cerberus and Strikehawk. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crew during ambushes. However, the Terracreatures are becoming increasingly relentless. Even our elite forces are struggling to prevent losses during air transit. Lighting graph is synced in front of the camera to the lowest point of the data set. As shown in their figure, the success rate of our rescue operations continues to decline with each passing day. We have tried various tactics and even resorted to autonomous rescue pods, but there is no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection and will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. The cost of these rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. Without an intact transport craft, even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. The red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on the green chart, creating an exaggerated X shape. As for whether to continue these rescue operations, I believe we have already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President, according to the votes, 57% of the public believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of those rescues. And these meaningless operations should cease immediately. The lower than anticipated disapproval rate caught many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Only 57%? I assumed the disapproval rate would close to 100 given our losses. The remaining 43% of the voters believe that we should continue these operations, or at least return the elite squads back to Babylonia. Let's simulate both scenarios. With the current tactics, the success rate will result in an asymptote of 0 or a negative number, reducing the combat effectiveness of elite squads. No direct engagement with the twins result in a 97.1% survival rate on the surface. Then it's decided, given these statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make a second rescue attempt. Leaving adjourned, Hassan is joined in office by an expected guest here to discuss an expected topic. I noticed this problem too. Let me guess, is this gonna be Nicola? Yep, he is. Compared with rescuing how to change rescue tactics, Corona will be more inclined toward a full evacuation. They garnered less support than expected this time. That's good news. This also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt didn't fall on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Hassan raises his hand again and projects a video recording onto the screen. I've seen this. Alicia, Captain Gray Reven, issuing a mission report to HQ. We have successfully cleared the Terracreatures from the Polar Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside of the corruption zone. There's a high level of punishing concentration here due to the large presence of the Terracreatures. According to the information we have received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we are unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have enough supplies to sustain such high influx of refugees. After we confirmed that the twins headed toward the west coast, we took command in N67 humans to the base of the city for 3's conservation area. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for 15 days. Requesting immediate aid. Tisla is still MIA. Commander Vanessa and Bambinata from Egret are also with us. They suffered some injuries, but they are no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. As for Commandant, we just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to issue a report. Fortunately, the Commandant's abdominal wound didn't affect any vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury. Dang. After we moved to the conservation area, CD43, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy on the Commandant and remove the hematoma. While we were searching for a conservation area to operate in, we were delayed after being attacked by a barrage of external creatures. Now the situation isn't looking good. The Commandant's in a coma and battling an infection. The medical equipment here is less than ideal, and most of the medical supplies have been taken away. If it continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Hopefully we can bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment. But based on the current safety concerns in transit, I'm afraid that even if we make it back, the turbulence will only cause secondary injuries to the Commandant. We need immediate medical relief, whether that be for the Commandant or the injured residents here in CD43's conservation area. That's our current sitrep. Please send us support as soon as possible. This is the mission report we received after they just retreated from Polio Forest Park ruins. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but it shows no signs of improvement. The return ceremony of Atlantis gave people hope and made them care for heroes. After the fire in Polia, people want to know the Grey Raven's whereabouts. I think it's an appropriate time to disclose their current situation. Suffered heavy casualties this time. Commandant Harley, Joe, and Yana barely made it back to Babylonia, with Simon in coma. They're still at Star of Life, and Simon has yet to regain consciousness. Egret and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. Even if Grey Raven and Excelynne have suffered such serious losses, this will be a huge blow to the people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure even more people will be in favor of abandoning the rescue effort. If you don't inform the people, they will only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is more helpful for us to overcome difficulties. But surely we approach this in a more delicate manner. What if I say I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip with Chrono? You mean the Omega file? Correct. According to the Science Council report, the Omega prototype is complete. It has the ability to absorb the punishing virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it can't actively capture the punishing virus. However, it can still absorb it by coming into contact with the virus. Considering its current form, even if we devote all resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve the desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of the punishing virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. How can constructs absorb the punishing virus? Isn't that a characteristic reserved for ascendants? You aren't thinking of joining forces with Corona, are you? Well, the Science Council stole a portion of Corona's R&D through its counter intelligence program. They're using ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. If Asimov can confirm the Omega weapon's compatibility with this new frame, we can use the current situation to discuss it with them. Well, that was smart. It's a risky move, but smart. Heavy rain falls in a gloomy afternoon. Grey Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. During this time, Liv has been meticulously caring for has shown no signs of regaining consciousness. The rain inside the basement has gradually washed away the coagulated blood on the streets. Absent of humans, their ruins are now only filled with corrupted and entire creatures lingering aimlessly. Before the abandoned CPF 040 and the Epilogue Forest Park were set ablaze, people had noticed punishing concentration steadily rising with the appearance of the red tide. At that time, people simply attributed this phenomenon to the Heteric Core and the red tide. They believed this was the manifestation of the punishing virus as it culminated and evolved not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of a much greater disaster silently looming in the distance. They only targeted the red tide, thinking that it was eliminated, their problems would be solved. Thus, they used the longest arsenal to obliterate the red tide and its monstrosities. However, the punishing virus still remained. Nothing could dissipate it. Their efforts were akin to evaporating a stream, the condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne punishing virus was then absorbed by the mother. What should have been an overflowing punishing concentration seemingly fell, during which it used this time to breed yet another disaster. With the CPF 40s in Polyforest Park reduced to ruins, the punishing virus trap was released into the world, further fanning the flames of a world already at its limit. In this vast Red Sea, the emergence of humanoid creatures only indicated the further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they are not the greatest threat, nor are they the ultimate fruit born from disaster. Today, the hotbed known as the Red Tide continues to sow its seeds across the land as it marches onward over bloodstains, both new and old, in the joyous pitter-patter of rain. Humanity, how the children of Earth have fallen. Now they are cast adrift like a ship without sails, huddling in the narrow cabins they call the conservation areas and praying to the CPFs for the minuscule protection they provide. Wow. Conservation area basement, 9:30 p.m. Right as the council and Babylonians deliberating whether to suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly waits for good news in the enclosed basement. Several days have passed since they last received aid. Food and medical supplies dwindle right before their eyes. However, for people in any conservation area, stepping out of the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area under the protection of the constructs. Didn't they say supplies were on the way? How much longer we gotta wait? In an enclosed basement filled with the stench of decaying flesh, and a haggard refugee suddenly shouts at his partner. Who knows? Maybe they failed again. His companion seems less anxious, stroking the old guitar as he plugs at the strings. How can you play that thing at a time like this, Chuck? What else can I do? We all have our own ways of handling stress. Want me, whoa, to take it out on you? Yeah? Young refugee named Chuck sings. You can see strong song, which word, but this only ignites the last ounce of reason in the other resident, who begins to yell at him angrily. Had I known it was going to be like this, we should have evacuated while we still had a chance. Hearing the sudden outburst, Liv looks up anxiously from beside the patient she is tending to and watches him out of the corner of her eye. If it had been for those damn corrupted and those Hatera whatever is pursuing the transport crafts, we would have been out of here already. I told you we shouldn't left earlier, but no. You were too much of a chicken about crashing on the way back to Babylonia. Babylonia finally sent rescue and we missed the boat. But didn't end up crashing anyways. I wasn't just being paranoid, was I? Not to mention those contracts regarding this place. Their command didn't go on either. Didn't you hear, idiot? Their command's head can't handle the turbulence. I was just thinking, we wait a few days until it's safe, then go back with their commandant. I wasn't expecting to get it worse. Then what are you gonna do about it? We stay here, we die, we go on the transport craft, we die. That's all we got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We already made it out of danger once already. The conservation area in the Polyform was a damn death trap. The whole place was blown to smithereens. Kaboom. Comes out of bed and mimics the explosion ruins. Can't you see? The punishing concentration is as high as it is. Even the refugees living out in the wilderness are finding to enter the conservation areas. Just look at a guy with a guitar. But despite all of that, we're still alive. And we're going to keep on living. And he shakes it excitedly as if to cheer himself out by shouting. Alright, alright. I'll go find some other place to play. Where else is there to go down here? Chuck doesn't respond. Instead, he just quietly grabs his guitar and proceeds further to the basement. If you still got this much energy to shout, give me some of your rations tomorrow. He's waiting sights quietly. He grabs his injured leg and struggles to adjust his posture. And if you don't got any, don't we still have Project here? Eh. What's that gonna do? That head would we got on the way here must have given you a concussion if you think that'll help us kill those sponsors. I just want something with us. What is his partner's dejected mood? The middle-aged man sits up and pats him on the back. It was just a scrapped CPF 100 kilometers away from that was blown up. That's all. It's nothing serious. It'll be alright. If it was just that, then why the hell are we all stuck here? Already on the verge of a mental breakdown, the man begins to summon his panic sets in. Hey, don't cry. It'll be alright. Doctor? My head wound? Has the wound open again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't had any shut-eye the past few days, haven't you? Constructs don't need sleep. I can still keep going for a few more days, but you need more rest. And stop irritating your wound. It just hurts and itches at the same time. I can't help myself. The middle-aged man gives up lip, dark circles surrounding his glossy eyes. Hey, snot-nosed brat, tell me, how many days have we been here? So the unclear question gets lost in the surrounding noise, yielding no response. Wow. How long is this? Dang. A whole night passed since Lucem and Lee brought back concert wounded in the rescue attempt back to the enclosed basement into a conservation area. After Liv performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in a new rescue mission. Unable to return to Babylon, the constructs have become entrenched in a war of attrition, issues caused by the damage to the frames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still huddled in the cold and damp basement of the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for a sound from the outside. They look forward to a new development, whether the news of the punishing concentration, decreasing rescue, or supplies to be arranged for their own conservation area, or for newly rescued refugees to be sent to the other conservation areas. As long as no more refugees would come, any news is eagerly awaited. But disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 people crowded in this enclosed basement. In addition, there are also 10 constructs and 2 commandants, aside from the 3 constructs and Commandant Excelynne of Grey Raven and Bambinata, and Commandant Vanessa of Egret. The 6 remaining constructs were the only few survivors from the previous rescue attempts. Of these 6 constructs, all but 2 are seriously injured. The other 4 had already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They had joined search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area, but as time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All of the activities on the west coast have been searched. Day 2 of 6 AM, after the second rescue attempt by Babylonia. He's returned from search and rescue mission with 2 constructs, seeing all the people sleeping in the basement. He lowers his voice. He stands outside for the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame, and hands 2 small boxes to the construct in front of him. This is all the supplies we could find. Place it in the storage for now. Yes, sir. Lucia still hasn't completed her mission in City 44. I'm going to help her. What's the situation? Conservation areas along the west coast have all been completely destroyed. All of them? Yes, just like Vanessa had predicted. The twins have left nothing but destruction in their wake as they've gone up to the west coast. During this period, they walked from Holy Forest to the west coast, then up north, and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering the ARU, they redirected their route to the southeastern coast, that is the Holy Forest part, and returned here. The present, the twins have arrived near City 41. If they choose to return to Holy Forest, that should bode well for us, considering that City 43 isn't near City 40. If they decide to enter City 42, their next target might be here. So once she comes back, we need to make a plan quickly. Are there any survivors in any of the cities along the west coast? Not many. Only 3. 2 of which I brought back. The other one went to another conservation area looking for a friend. 2 adolescent boys stand before him, one of which is holding a cane. It's like badly corrupted. The other appears weak but seems otherwise healthy. Inscription appears serious. Looks like he needs serum. Well, there's still some serum in the initial supplies, but there's only one room left in the basement. Follow me. What about matches? Boy, it's the tone of their voice and keeps his voice down. Matches? Behind you. Furry figure crowded in the door. Although its fur is dirty and looks frail, they see that it's a border collie. Huh? Dog. Matches. I let a sigh of relief as he pets his fluffy head. Please let me bring him. If there's anything you need me to do. No, thank you for bringing food. Beside him gives a resentful sneer, waking up several people lightly sleeping beside him, who look curiously at the door. Matches is found. No one can eat him. Yeah. You're willing to starve people for the sake of your family. Dang. They're resorting to eating whatever they can find. And what's worse might cannibalism. Lloyd strides into the room with a fake smile and nods to the curious person beside the bed. Liv and Lee still looking mighty fine. The last time I looked at them was probably 2020 or 2021. Let's see. Hey, want to hear something funny? That kid was teaching his dog to drive a car on the way over here. Samson acts like a holding steering wheel as he continues on. Matches this goes left and this goes right. Cool, huh? Now we just need to find a car. I'm used to tired of just look at the boy and his dog and burst out laughing. From when everyone cheers up a bit in the dull basement. But the jokester quickly stops laughing. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. I'm sure we didn't bring any supply. I'm sorry we didn't bring any supplies. Deal with the refugees by cracking a joke and greeting everyone. He seems to quickly resolve the crowd's hostility to the loss of another share of the rations. What's the situation outside? Everything's destroyed from the park ruins to the west coast. Hearing this, the refugees begin murmuring to one another. Because of those 2 things and a ton of those etheric creatures. We're ducking, hiding behind every corner all the way here. Yes, hello, Arachiga. Magandang gabi. Well, since it appears that the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows where the 2 things will go next? The refugee hands him a thumb-sized biscuit. Here, take this. Thanks for the news. Those constructs exchange intel with each other every day, and they refuse to tell us anything. I'm going to help Lucia. Seems like she's in a predicament. I'll leave you in charge here, Liv. He waves to Liv and says that there's several constructs for it to move. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful. I was just saying in the room next door said she has some information, but it'll only cause us to lose all hope, so she doesn't want to talk about it for the time being. And what's the point of that? How can we be any more hopeless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding area, but nothing has changed. We'll let everyone know right away if the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She did not say anything more. She walks to another boy to lead him to a room deep inside to rest. Thank you. Just as they are about to cross the room, the boy who had just eaten the biscuit suddenly speaks. Oh yeah, just to let everyone know. Okay, I sense something bad from this boy. I hope not. Just to let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations, everyone. Know what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when our conservation area was destroyed. Hey, I didn't do anything. Chill, I'm not talking about you. After all, if you went into the warehouse, you'd have more than your leg corrupted. I mean, his dog ate a bunch of cans before those contracts could go in and recover our supplies. That mutt even ate the supplies my friend gave his life for, and I'm stuck here. That's not true. Matches didn't do that. A person was trapped in there. Aww. Then the contracts went to bring out supplies. They just said there were 2 bottles and a bunch of empty cans in there. If they ran in there to eat supplies, then died from a high concentration of punishing virus. Everyone knew that going into the warehouse was certain death, where they so starving that they didn't even care if they died. I shall lurk on the alleys now, still gotta stay though. Alright, Nino. Let's have a nice day. Have a nice night, everyone. I think they just rushed into the warehouse to stop the dog. I don't know why they ran in there, but Matches and I didn't take any of the supplies. We just... Hey, kiddo. The refugee who appears to be the leader steps out of the shadowy corner and approaches the boy. I don't want to argue about whether your dog ate the cans or not. They're already gone. Talking about it isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask, how many supplies did you bring? I'm sorry, but I didn't bring any. Then what are we to do about your dog? This question seems more like a command, turning everyone's laughter into solemn silence. They grimly stare at the boy's flustered and evasive eyes. In other words, if you want to stay here, you want to feed your dog with our supplies, right? I'm sorry, I'll feed it myself. And how are you going to do that? You don't even have any protective suit, and your leg is wounded. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but then who's stop you when you're off with your supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave. We can't even feed ourselves. Where are we gonna get food to feed a dog too? I'm sorry. You even took my friend's supplies. We all stand up one another in terms of their injuries. We can't just keep taking refugees. We don't have enough food to get through the day. And refugees keep coming. We're going to starve to death. And again, don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. But if I can't even feed myself, then what makes you think you get a share of our food? We have enough despair and starvation, selfish brat. And think we'll feed your dog? Why don't we barbecue your dog? I'll give you a pack of biscuits as thank you. Don't think about it. Imagine it's my family. Family? Think you can steal food to feed your family? And says, either decide if he's back down. Hey, they're about to fight. And don't worry about it, the leader will bring it up if they do. I can leave if you want, I won't let you hurt him. Alright, scram you worthless brat. I'm already being kind enough as is not punching in your face. He stands up, grabs the boy by the collar and kicks away Matches, who rushes over to protect him. Seeing that there's going to be conflict, the crowd, Liv, who has always been gentle, puts down her medicine and puts herself between the boy and the angry mob. Oh, you want to protect this mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family, what are you talking about? In this dog-eat-dog world, plundering's the only way to live. Here we go again, green and spouting that nonsense again. Just let him go crazy. Those constructs will put him in his place when they've seen enough. But who in this place? Now that her teammates are gone, she's the only construct here. She can't even move with her leg broken. What's a construct like her gonna do? I'll show you what the law of the jungle is the only truth. We need to kill that dog in order to survive. You heard about that in battle, but this isn't a battle we should fight. Doesn't matter. If I want, I'd even sacrifice your own family. Don't think a dog is going to stop me. Stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing for him in silence. Lynne scum. Goes in his court. He spins angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs, and swings a haymaker at Liv. But all it does is to make her take her step back with her broken leg. That's all you families are good for. It's embarrassing. Keenan begrudgingly swallows his retort, glaring at Liv. He rolls down his sleeves and holds his red fist with the other hand and sits down in his corner with an angry look on his face. No matter where they came from, these cons, especially this doctor with her leg injury, saved us and have taken care of us for so many days. If the law of the jungle ruled the world, you wouldn't deserve to be saved. The punishing virus would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat to be fed to its dog. Keener grits his teeth and shakes his head. Well, I have to admit, the leader's right. You brought this upon us. Yes, but I didn't want to cause a dispute. I just want to ask this doctor and that boy, do you have any way to convince everyone? I'll just take my share and split with matches. Won't steal anything, I promise. You can quarantine me if that makes everyone feel better. Honestly, since you say I'm willing to believe you, you don't need to be quarantined. Not like we have the space anyway. I accept your proposal, but what does everyone else think? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. And it's settled. But Kina, come with me for a moment. What's your name? Since the food shortage cannot be fixed, she can at least do something that is within her power. She pats the boy on the shoulder and gently leads him into the room. My name is Stanley and this matches. Ordered Collie gives a gentle yep as a greeting, then follows Stanley into the room. Thank you for being so kind to me in this construct. You can call me Liv. Thank you, Miss Liv, and to your friend for saving me and bringing matches along. Sorry for all the trouble I caused. There's not much I can do, but if you think of anything... He bows humbly and carefully. Thanks, Liv. Thanks, Liv. Once again, in fear of saying something wrong. Everything's fine, don't worry. It takes a lot of courage to look after the little guy in a place like this. Not to mention, you and Magus have already had your fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out just a little longer. Is your leg okay? I patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Alright. This was supposed to be for our command, but the seal was broken during our retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to Magus? No, thank you so much, but our command doesn't need it. It appears so for now. I hope your command gets well soon. Me too. Something Liv sadness Magus wags his tail and tries to lick her hand. Aw. Don't, Magus. She's a doctor. She needs to keep her hands sanitized. There are not enough supplies for that. We can be a burden in them. And head droops slowly as if he understands. Aww. It's okay, don't worry. Boy appears skittish, likely due to difficulty being ostracized. Seeing Liv take a bandage and disinfect, the boy rolls up his pants, exposing a festering wound from corruption, and begins helping Liv. It's the boy's personality because of matches. Sadly, if the situation continues to get worse, what are you going to do? He looks down in silence. I get what you mean, Miss Liv. I know animals can be corrupted by the punishing virus, they can only carry it. So I thought about releasing matches into the wild. It's already used to living with humans even before I met him. If I let him go, the next time he's another human, he might get attacked again. I know I'm being selfish. I need Max by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. So I'll just keep him with me. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll ban him myself, not matches. Do you even realize what you just said? Thank you, Miss Liv. He refrains from answering instead. He just sincerely thanks for one last time. Every person wandering these lands has turmoil uniquely their own. It's useless even to speak. I mean, even to ask. The only way to resolve their suffering is to restore Earth to its vitality. Anything else would only temporarily delay the pain. But this goal is too far away. People have no choice but to immerse themselves in daily life. In order not to open up old wounds and delay the pain, Liv refrains from pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects and bandages silence to him, then injects him with the serum. As long as there is something that can be improved, that's the best consolation at this moment. Your corruption won't get any worse as long as you stay here in the enclosed basement. And also, since you aren't willing to let Mads go, you need to keep leaving. Got it? Don't be going around saying you'll abandon yourself so casually. It's just like you said, you depend on Mads and Mads depends on you. Okay. As you imagine, the boy's voice becomes softer. He thinks Liv again, snuggles up with Mads and quickly falls asleep. Whoa. Okay, so that was full of stories. Fascinating. I wonder how long will this go? Because based from this might actually take a while. Okay. In any case, this is the beginning of hope, but it is only just the beginning. Project Winter. Okay. I wonder what this is. This is an impromptu internal meeting. Everybody, please keep all information mentioned in this meeting confidential. After the disaster broke out at the Poli Forest Park ruins, the council members have already participated in countless impromptu meetings. An impromptu meeting used to mean an emergency. Now it also means a difficult dilemma to overcome. As everyone knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worse. The high punishing concentration has caused varying degrees of evolution in meteoric creatures across the different regions. They have learned to attack in groups, and if they are injured, they quickly retreat and regroup in the Dread Tide. Those winged meteoric creatures have increased their flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, armored forces stranded in the surface have been unable to stop the twins from advancing. For now, they can only withdraw. The CDF has been destroyed. The greenhouse collapsed, and the blood of the dead has turned into the Red Tide, breeding new enemies. We have made great sacrifices to resolve this disaster with little to show for it. If this continues, everything that has been restored on the surface will be in vain. We need something that can turn the tide in our fight against the punishing virus. Preliminary research on the Omega file Excelynne obtained from the Atlantis is beginning to show progress. The Omega prototype produced by the Science Council has been proved to be capable of absorbing the punishing virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment at its current stage. Propose that we focus all of Babylon's resources and research into this program. Upon announcing the topic for this meeting, Hassan opens the floor for discussion, but no one in the dark rooms voiced their opinion. We need to put aside our differences and focus our efforts on solving this crisis immediately. Is this really a wise use of our resources? Babylon can completely self-sufficient so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for our troops on the surface. That may be the case, but is it sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just the high punishing concentration on the surface, but also the sentence infiltrating Gestalt and the terror creatures to obtain air superiority. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think they won't continue to evolve? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving this crisis before we discuss putting all of our eggs in one basket. We've already devised a method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve the maximum effect. I think these two words caused whisper to echo throughout the dimly lit council. According to my knowledge, the Science Council has also dabbled in Project Winter. However, those conservatives have only been committed into enhancing the stability of the specialized frames. They haven't expanded their efforts into controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing virus? Councilman makes the president sitting silently in front of him. I'm sure you're aware that based on the current progress of Project Winter, the specialized frames designed with the latest data have serious defects. They're similar to the ascendant frame by actively gathering the punishing virus within the frame and the user's mind. However, since the user is an ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus, nor can they control the frame. Anyone who switched to the new specialized frame was unable to persist in the actual combat. They couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface before succumbing to corruption. Even if we can somehow delay the corruption, there will still be serious damage to their mind. Commands to sacrifice their lives to stabilize their minds as a result of mind-beacon pollution. Some of the councilmen who had already been receded into the shadows show no intent on hiding their position. As a result, he takes the initiative to express their position and voice their concerns. Even if the punishing virus cannot be controlled for now, we can resolve issues with corruption by using the Omega prototype. As for mind corruption, leave that to the CTO. During the battle with Alpha and Hwashu assumed direct control over Command and Excelynne of Green, even forcibly connected to Command with nearby corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects on most commands when they link with corrupted, but the symptoms of them were serious. The 3 other consuls of Grey Raven were able to maintain a secure link with Excelynne despite corruption. Lucia, Lively, and Chrome, who has upgraded his specialized strain. They've all achieved a level of mind stability capable of handling specialized strains. However, due to the instability of this new specialized strain, constructions have already been affected by their specialized strain are not fit for this dangerous mission. So, that just leaves Lee and Liv. But Excelynne has declined to participate in the project window. That depends on the content of the project. Excelynne and Grey Raven reviewed the polyphage and retrieved the files from the Atlantis. Heroes who garnered such attention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Hilda deliberately mentions the word heroes to remind those hiding in the shadows that, even if Earth is fraught with disaster, they can continue to operate in secret. The Controller Court will supervise this collaboration to ensure the personal safety of Excelynne, who will not participate in any research other than that which pertains to linking with the new specialized strains. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface while Excelynne is in the coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to safely breach the surface, let alone escort Grey Raven back to Babylonia. This is what we will discuss next. There is an underground base that belongs to Kronos in City 47 where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and a spaceship are stored. If permissible, we can retrieve Excelynne and the other 2 consorts from Grey Raven. Whispers begin to circulate among the Parliament. Have you tested the Omega prototype yet? We've successfully run simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. If we can obtain test results regarding the twins' effectiveness against the twins, both sides should be in more equal standing. Correct. However, we must take it one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for a test that doesn't yield results. Once they return to Babylonia, what will you do if Excelynne doesn't begin to improve? We will wait until Excelynne shows some signs of improvement before we proceeding. If the commandant doesn't regain consciousness, we will think of another plan. If there is any hope of averting this disaster, we will change our plans accordingly. Council listens. Hilda, but she remains silent, acquiesces to the other result implied really close to phrasing. This desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. We're going to wait until Excelynne shows signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worse. President Sen reiterates his opening statement. If we want to leave researchers time to start their work, this situation demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate corruption without a mind beacon that can withstand pollution, specialized frames will be difficult to maintain. Correct. Current data predicts that we cannot resolve issues with the mind stability. The subjects will die within 3 hours of participating in actual combat. Given such a minuscule amount of time, everyone's whispered to an outcry. However, a council member hiding in the shadows gives a pleasant look of surprise. Can't believe they lasted 3 hours without a command to maintain stability. Is that it? What do you mean is that it? Last time we used the specialized frame developed with the new data couldn't even pass the corruption test. Even though they had acquired data from Glory, they implemented numerous barriers and restrictions. Oh, oops. Even for someone to last just 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be a disaster. This is just a first deployment, yet they've already managed to last 3 hours in the simulation. And imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future with the combined effort of all departments. I can't wait to see her smile at the results. The underground base in City 47 is a major asset and property, but the higher-ups shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from the Parliament. Even now, they would put down their hypocritical masks. What's wrong with making sacrifice for the sake of science? But only 3 hours. Isn't this experiment a little inhumane? To think you know what inhumane even means. Have you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those stats? Or are you being sarcastic? Sentry's second retorts sarcastically, unable to remain silent any longer. I will arrange for remunerations. Being concerned with personal sacrifice would be an insult to everyone who is still struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there any specific plan to integrate the Omega prototype with specialized frames? Yes, but it's currently top secret. Then how can you verify the efficacy of such a plan? Each party must first negotiate its conditions before verification can be made by both parties. Can the science council guarantee results from this collaborative effort? This is just a preliminary course of action. I still haven't received the agent data, and we still need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. We want to improve our current predicament. We have only one choice: cooperation. If in any case, this is the beginning of hope. But it's only just the beginning. Wow. Okay, I need to know first. Like, how long is this? how long I'm gonna read? Wow, I've been reading for quite a while now. Yo. I'm actually like dying for some action, but wait, hold on. Let me just drink my water just a little bit. Huh. Much better. But yeah, dang. This thing's really quite long. And I'm actually saving up some black cards for a new character. So I'm just gonna 17-4. Yeah, this might take a while. What happened to the girl and the boy is not an exception. We have different life experience, but share similar nature and feelings. Okay, what's gonna happen to conservation now? It is an unchanging, lifeless afternoon. The continuous drizzle pounds ground, and damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Someone with a guitar sits among several like-minded musicians, strumming weakly. Someone takes out a pair of cards that were almost crumpled and slickly tossed them in front of their comrade's bed. Someone rummages through their pants pocket, searching desperately for a bit of wheat lost between stitches. Someone knows that they're dying of terminal disease and have given their rations away to others for the past several days. Someone lies down in a damp corner weeping for the relatives they just buried. While most ignore the passing time, dim light outside, and the continuous rain, they look at the old marble ceiling. Their eyes had lost their light, leaving only an empty sounds. But despair will not stop growing in those who raise their hands in surrender. Liv routinely checks the condition of all the wounded and unconsciously rubs her aching chest. With lack of maintenance chambers, she hasn't rested for many days. During a search and rescue mission, Liv's leg was seriously injured while protecting her target. However, in order to leave medical supplies for refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from fully repairing it. But she is by no means an exception. Both people and concepts are alike, forced to stand on a sinking island. No one can be spared. Suddenly there's a sharp knocking on the door outside the isolation door. The sound is slight as a feather through the hardened steel. Someone's at the door? She quickly closed her eyes and searched for the activity signal outside the door. A human who wandered through the dangerous wilderness full of terror creatures, but decides to open the heavy isolation door. Hello? And the woman rushed to the isolation door. Evan's long hair and clothes are well kept, been carefully cleaned. as if they had been carefully cleaned recently. Down in my beside her, holding a child covered in blood seems a little familiar. Is there a doctor here? This boy has been stabbed in the back. I am. Give him to me. Where should I rest? Over there. Okay. Wow. Stab in the back. There aren't many bad stuff. Is the only spot here on the ground? Look at the crowd of people. He has to live as she lives from behind. Unfortunately, but the extra sheets. I have my own fold-up cot. He has a little folding bed with matches and frowns as he looks at the child in man's arms. He's mine. Thank you. Nods and thanks and gently sets the child down on the folding bed. Stanley turns and leans against a corner with a gloomy expression as if lost in thought. Does he have any allergies or medical issues prior to this wound? I don't know. Do you? I don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation before I give him an injection. The shirt inspects the wound on his back. Thank you. I need to stop the bleeding. How was he wounded? Another creature did it, but I'm not sure how. I wasn't with him at that time. Alright, looks like we need a serum. But hasn't he eaten the past few days? I don't know, he said he hadn't found any food the past few days and was starving last night. So he wanted a pack of my biscuits. So my man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conversation area and look for supplies, but then borrowed one of my protective assistants and left. Seeing live and retrieve the child, he finally decided to leave and find a place to rest. Why? Why would you let him go alone? Your backpack is obviously full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? The man is caught off guard by the sudden question. He turns and looks closely at the boy standing in front of him, then frowns as if remembering something. What's a kid like you? Sorry, it's because of me. I'm pregnant and sprained my ankle. Can't walk that fast. The child said he wanted to go with the others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. She sighs and looks at the child on the fold-up cot. Without anesthesia, he cries in pain while Liv searches his wound. Liv remains unwavering and she concentrates on settling the wound more quickly to end the boy's suffering. As the boy cries, Stanley slides against the wall and sits down. Sensing his emotions, Matches buries his hand in his arms. Aww. Then why get pregnant? Stanley's voice quiet but full of resentment, contrary to his usual modesty. What to say? Since you obviously can't raise him, why have another child? He gets to see the yells as the boy continues to cry. Lynne wasn't expecting to be asked because she was such a young boy. Just as she opens her mouth to respond, she suddenly stops herself. He's lucky you found him and brought him to such a kind doctor. But what in the future is going to be just like me or worse? Why do you say that? Why? Because my parents were just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. As soon as they couldn't raise me, they just kicked me out to the side of the road. But thinking about the future. Exactly, you have a child in the way. You know what I'm talking about. Refugees and conservation areas give preferential treatment to expecting parents and those with children. She lowers her head, not denying the boy's accusation. I know they have good intentions, but some people like to take advantage of this, just like my parents. They just use these good intentions for their own benefit without considering the future. After Mom was pregnant, they were given special admission into the conservation area, where they had me and my brother. When I was 2 years old, my dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. My godfather turned out to be just like him too. He was just freeloading on sympathy of others and would use me to get supplies from the conservation area. Dang, that's pretty cold. But no matter which parents I was with, they would only ever give me the scraps. Once I got a little bigger and lost this privilege, they threw me right the roadside, just like those empty cans they finished eating. Don't do such a thing. Hearing Stanley speak, the surrounding refugees begin to whisper to each other. I've heard of people doing that. Conservation areas just want children to survive, but who would have thought there'd be bastards like them? How would you bastard without them? Who would dare to have children in a world like this? They don't look into who the child belongs to and just give out supplies. Why can they? And can you guarantee you'd be alive tomorrow? If someone's alive to take care of the child, that's all that matters. But have you ever thought about it? How can you abandon children who survive the side of the road? Being a burden on the others, banished from conservation areas, and cursed at. So I want to ask you as a parent, why would you have a child if you can't take care of them? Are you just going to look for short-term benefits, or is it because you don't care about your child's future? She sat her set in silence, unable to come up with an answer. Silence fills the depressing air until the familiar man coughs quietly. Sorry, this isn't an answer, but I'm not the child's father. And of course, she isn't my mother. Her husband and I used to be merchants. Our profession is much more dangerous now, but some are still willing to take the risk. Half of the spice belongs to her husband, and I can go eating someone else's food now, can I? Yes, I just wanted an unexpected answer. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. So yeah, it really is a serious issue. We aren't his parents. But I heard him say that he had a similar experience as your own. His biological parents died in an accident 2 years ago when he was only 8 years old. None of us can be sure that he'll live to see tomorrow in this cruel world, let alone stay together with our children. And of course, we can't guarantee a safe upbringing for our children. Okay. She slowly walks up to this and sits down the next Stanley, then gently pats him on the back. With one hand rubs matches, off hand with the other. It's hard for children even to stay alive when they're separated from their parents at such a young age. I'll consider what you said carefully and be sure to make the right decision. Okay. Enough with this crowd. Isn't it obvious? If you have a child, you should raise them. Everyone is faced with hardship in this world. We're all equal here. No point in complaining. Sorry. I need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. She looks at everyone, then slowly closes her eyes. We're all struggling with the same adversities. But some people are armed and some people can move freely. Others carry lives yet to be born, and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing if you can survive in this world and save another life. Alright, it's my fault. I just don't want to see everyone looking down in the dumps. It's hard enough to have a newborn life, only to get kicked back. He turns his back to the refugee woman, selling with a little indignation. You should downtrod on others just because you've been down on your luck. Just like how one shouldn't suppress their silence, the hope that still exists in the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the debate, each has its own reasons. But, Stanley, I know what you're worried about. Liz sees up the crying child's spoon and wraps him in a blanket, then stands up with her hand on the edge of the cot. The arrival of a new life should be a joyful thing, but we don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. Even still, this difficulty can also be rewarding. By that, I don't just mean getting supplies using the kindness of others, but hope and independence. Liv looks at Matches next to Stanley and smiles quietly. Did you choose to take care of Matches because you think you'll help me get supplies? No. But by doing so, your life has become more difficult and has made your food even more scarce. But as I said, it gives your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made the choice, right? Yeah. He nods and looks at the woman beside him apologetically. Well then, how do you view this child? She lowers her head in silent contemplation. You should still have the baby. We're barely making it through each day, and we don't have enough to eat. But it's also sad to see someone die. If there are only a few living people left in this land, what good are more supplies? This world won't be so lonely without more lives around. I mean, that is correct. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hearing this, he immediately turns around excitedly and claps his hands. Whether it's a person or a dog, you need to protect him as your as their mom. You can't be so quick to give up. There I go, running my mouth again. Chen pats himself in the back of an apology. Sally and the woman in the crowd laugh at his motherly instinct kicking in. Sorry, I've never been too good at talking with others. Got stand with this kind of dust from the Santa costume sneeze a couple of times. Well, since you're already here, how about changing the subject? What's your name? Where do you come from? What's the situation outside? Every refugee always gets to ask where do you come from? What's the situation outside? So much so, they've become the standard greeting. Even if they don't answer at first, they will be asked in private. My name's Fantine. I came from CD45 in the south. I was originally going to CD44's conservation area, but there was a problem with CPF. What's wrong with CD45 and 44? The conservation area CD45 is full, and something's wrong with CD44's CPF, for which I was stopped by a contract on the way there. He said that a horde of terror creatures attacked the conservation area and the CPF, so they're evacuating the residents. CD44. That's where Lucia and Lee are. Here it is. The refugees begin to whisper amongst each other. I thought it would be the safest to the south. Looks like it's just more of the same suffering. There may not be those twins, but they are just as many terror creatures. Guess it's not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP. Evacuate? Where else is there to go? Are there any safe places out there? Then what else should we do? If Babylonia doesn't send any more support, what about the Forsaken? I mean, the Forsaken are it's another issue. The Forsaken, but you know, you actually need to get as many help as you can to survive a common threat. So in this dying world, like even with criminals, you will be forced to work with criminals because it's the only way. If you have the common enemy, of course. And who knows? That criminal might be like your saving grace. Who knows? It's a gamble. Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken. Oh, you know the Forsaken. How's the situation over there? I don't know them too well, but I've done business with them as a merchant. They're still sheltering refugees, but every base is already overcrowded. Looks like we need to think about evacuating. They're still in a better position than most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves, but given this environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came here to see if I could find any spare serum in the conservation areas to exchange with them. Exchange? You mean, you mentioned her husband is also a merchant. What about him? He fell into the red tide while protecting me. The last I heard his voice, he was already... I know he isn't alive anymore, but the recipient sounded just like him. But if this gentleman hadn't come back here to pick up goods, I would have been torn to pieces by those recipients. Seems like you've had your fair share of experience with those monsters. Probably not in the right condition. What's your name, young man? My name's Shrek. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh because it's really serious, but his name just gave me away. It doesn't suit him. It doesn't suit him. His face doesn't suit him like Shrek. Anyway, moving on. Shrek? I'm with you, Liv. I'm with you. I have questions. Hearing this name, I finally resolved to my... Seems so familiar. Shrek. First time she heard the name before. It's already encountered a Polfish. Never had received a new mission that required them to search prints left by Washington and deserted ruins. She accidentally stumbled across a book while searching for clues. Cardband Writer Genesis. She carefully opened the faded cover. After reading the whole story, she found a line of a beautiful written message written on the back of... Oh, okay. I remember this. It was like that comic was actually dedicated for, I believe, to Shrek. Now live for tomorrow. And yeah, that one. Yeah. There weren't any clues in the book, but Greyraven had coincidentally seen this message written on the wall of the ruins. Like somebody's written on the wall. Where Lynne is pointing, Find a neatly written slogan on the wall of an abandoned building. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters, and time has washed every one of them away. Live for tomorrow because all will pass. How very inspiring. Looks kind of new as well. Could one of the scavengers have written this? Easily written, of course. Can be seen below the slogan. There seems to be something else after these two words, but they have been roughly scrapped off. So it was him. Okay. There is final subtle message following the two words, of course. And also their last memories. There has never been an endless winter on this planet. But when spring comes and the ice melts away, you won't be there to see it with me. Shrek, you will live. Let me explore the unknown. Oh, okay, okay. He willingly died for it? Although she learned a part of Shrek's past through his spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up at this time. Therefore, Liv decides to remain quiet. You're training for the serum. What about her husband? What's he training his supplies for? Also the serum. He was originally tasked with exchanging supplies, but since he hadn't returned in a long time, I went to look for him. But we're running low on serum ourselves. We have 4 vials to trade for these supplies. I can only trade 3, just in case we have new wounded refugees. It's okay, I understand. I have this rain so care. After I left the Forsaken, every conservation area on my way here had ran out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun with terror creatures. Mind if we rest here? The doctor let us mind, we don't need her. We don't mind the lack of space. Of course not, thank you. Count carelessly leans against the garden closed his eyes. All these people gathered together. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. What would the commandant think after gaining consciousness? I wish you were by my side when... Aww. First, joy and sorrow. Together they come, and when one sits alone with you at your board, remember that the other is asleep upon your bed. This is very poetic. This is really poetic. Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. Liv steps out to the room where the 2 commandants are resting and looks out at the landscape outside the basement. What can I do to make Excelynne gain consciousness? Dim moonlight covers the scarred earth in a veil of peace, obscuring the mountains of death for those still wandering out in the wilderness. If time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left, it would be important for those hiding in the closed basement of the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. When most would go to sleep according to their biological clock, the constructs protecting the conservation area of CD43 still haven't begun to rest. They're either guarding the conservation area outside or still on rescue missions, and Liv is no exception. Today, their new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although they should have been happy to find new survivors, they increasingly scarce supplies to make it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there is nothing she can do. She wants to speak with others, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. Before her regret can condense into a needle, stabbing into her chest, she carefully weaves it into her diary. This is really hard for a medic like her. Intensive care patient record. Lindsay, 21 years old, fell from height. Open fracture, skin damage, open wound in skin, exposing broken bone. Hemopneumothorax, ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock. Medical history, nil. CPR performed. Return of spontaneous circulation in urgent need of AV blood. Splenectomy and liver repair. However, such complicated surgeries cannot be performed in the current environment. Intensive care patient record. Is there any Is there really nothing you can do? When Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building and trying to protect her partner. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had minor injuries on the left hand and ankle, but her blood type did not match Miss Lindsay's and could not be used for transfusion. All she could do was pray by her side. As a medic myself, I know I shouldn't believe in a sorry concept like destiny or God. Still, I hope for a miracle. Leslie was rescued at noon, but she was seriously injured. Wounded, it seemed unreasonable to try to save a seriously injured patient with such a lack of materials, because it would only prolong her pain and would not change the outcome. But I saw Lynne's desire and struggle in her eyes. Whenever she slightly regained consciousness, she would be looking for a partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her trembling mouth as if to say something. She must have something to want to say, but why she worked so hard to do so. So I did my best to give her first aid. Her chances were slim, but I still hoped that a miracle would happen. After recording Lindsay's treatment, she quietly stares at her diary for a long time as she tries to find any potential opportunity from the limited content to make a better effort to save her life or reduce her pain. However, all possible opportunities for recovery are like stones sinking into the deep pool, leaving a ripple of suffering crowd at the surface as she is unable to shake the difficulty of her feet. Dang, this is really heavy. But this doesn't cause Liv to give up hope. She continues to search, contemplating her experiences over the past few days, and searching between the lines to find something that she can do. Mr. Lister, 37 years old, abdominal injury caused by a terrible creature attack, acute renal injury, severe punishing infection, festering wound, unconscious most of the time. Post-polio syndromes, scoliosis, right foot pronation, prolonged malnutrition, maintain fluid resuscitation, and keep checking for infection. I don't know much about Mr. Lister. He was transferred from City 42 yesterday. I only know that he hates sweet flavored cookies, and that he wakes up at 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning and cries. Eesh. When we evacuated CPF 40, we believed that there was still time to rescue others. So many teams were with us. There was a chance for the situation to get better. There was hope. But as time went on, more and more lives were lost, like remnant memories of the past. The seeds of hunger and sickness began to sprout within the survivors. Our prolonged future no longer brought joy. Instead, it has rather turned into a hotbed for incubating suffering and torture. Lastly, 21 years old, left leg fracture, fell from height, human pneumothorax, immediate punishing infection, multiple ulcerations in the lower extremities, still unconscious. Still conscious. Infection-induced cardiac tamponade. Emergency treatment has been performed, but the surgery cannot be performed due to lack of equipment. Keep draining and check for infection. Suffering from severe, intolerable chest pain. We're running low on painkillers. Miss Lucia loves her bunny plush. It was left behind by her late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. I hope she gets well soon, and I hope Kamai can wake up soon. Callie, 79 years old, stage 4 gastric cardiac cancer, esophageal cancer, severe anemia, light punishing infection, medical history none, soybean allergy. If there's only something I can do. I told the old man his condition as he asked. After learning this, he has not eaten anything for 3 days. He has had nothing but water since then. Did I really do the right thing? Canada, 47 years old, mind age. Attack in the middle of a rescue mission. Inward device damage, multiple broken bones throughout the body, large artificial skin burned. The current supplies available aren't able to fix Mr. Canada's broken bones. He must turn off the pain module to enter hibernation in order to avoid my deviation. However, he has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else. He needs to reactivate the pain module temporarily. It doesn't show it in his face, but I know the pain must be excruciating. This kind of looked fierce when Lucem brought him back. He kept saying that he should die in battle instead of becoming a burden. But Lucem told him being injured isn't a burden, giving up is. He stopped arguing with her. After hearing that, Commandant would probably say the same. I really hope Commandant can wake up soon. Nagayuki, 7 years old, my age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission, injured device damage, left side limbs completely destroyed. Eesh. Okay, that was something. Wait, what happened to me? Oh dear. Hold on. my right arm. Oh no. Okay. I had like my pillow like resting on my lap here because I just like reading. Dang. So basically, left side limbs completely destroyed. Imagine, like, your arms and leg is gone. Eesh. Yes, like you lost all her teammates in the rescue mission. Apart from the damage in the frame, her mind was also seriously damaged. I hope there's something I can do for her. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees, and their songs can calm her down a little. Unfortunately, they can't help, but are scared by her wounds. I can only put her in your room next to the musicians for now. I've had a 12 years old, severe punishing infection, multiple traumatic wounds in the back. Eesh. Yeah, it's really heavy. Apart from injuries, Akana's extreme mood swings are also the main reason I put her under intensive care. There are no medicines that can treat her disorder, but within the conservation area, many also hold a lot of prejudice against her attitudes. She must stay away from the hostile voices, but there is not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. I'm currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. They're getting on well so far, but I must watch them carefully. She likes Natsuya's bunny. Sometimes she even takes it away without telling Natsuya, then suddenly unleashes her rage on it. I promised her that I would make her an identical bunny once I got the required materials. Jane, 51 years old, hit in the head while protecting supplies and her children. Traumatic brain injury. Currently in a coma. Her children are unable to provide further information. Oh no. Her symptoms are similar to those of Commandant's, both suffer from bleeding and coma caused by traumatic injuries. Likewise, she is also unable to wake up. Lee found 3 lifeless bodies during a search. Next to the bodies, we also found some supplies that seemed to belong to Miss Jane and her children. There weren't a lot of supplies, but Lee handed the supplies to her children anyway. Weapons cannot bring privilege to anyone in this cruel world. We must unite. Bach, 19 years old, both legs amputated due to a terror creature attack. Eesh. Dang. Imagine being a doctor, like the only doctor in the entire conservation area. This is a nightmare. Bach is a very unpleasant person. He would force himself to laugh even when the pain became intolerable. His friends are all very proud of him, but he passed away. The wounds on his back caused tetanus. His friends buried him on the hill behind the conservation. I'm so sorry if I could only pay a little more attention, more supplies. But there are no ifs. I'm sorry. Arfi, 45 years old, multiple tears in the chest and abdomen caused by terror creature attacks. Dang. She was already in a hemorrhagic shock before the surgery. Thanks to blood donors, we were able to save her from death. However, her wounds weren't healing well and require intensive care. Miss Arfi is a nurse at City 43's conservation area. She has been through many rescue missions. Despite her injuries, she kept comforting me as I changed her dressings. She told me not to lose my courage even after witnessing many deaths, and that I should not be disappointed in myself even after I failed to save someone. We must let go of our remorse and embrace the future, so we won't have new regrets. I never confided in her, but she read me like an open book. Miss Orphy passed away. She saved many people in City 43's conservation. They voluntarily hosted her funeral. She smiled and said thank you to them. on her dying bed before closing her eyes. Aww. On the night prior to the blast from Longines Arsenal, the staff and residents of City 42's conservation area planned to evacuate south to City 44. During the evacuation, their team was attacked by terror creatures and had to return to stay with Greyraven, which had arrived later. Everyone who stays in City 43's conservation area owes their thanks to the residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and Liv wouldn't have been able to remove the hematoma. But she still wouldn't have been able to save Orpheus' life, even if you hold the pressed water of life in your palm. Without a container, you can only watch as it drips from the grass until it dries up. The deeper the sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. Together they come, and when one sits alone with you at your board, remember that the other is asleep on your bed. Verily, you are suspended like scales between your sorrow and your joy. Only when you are empty are you at standstill and bounds. She has seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their calm expressions of indifference. But Liv cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she has let some tears but burn her wounds and pain, giving her motivation to work harder to build a better tomorrow. But if it really happens that together they come, it would be her motivation to tip the scales and achieve happiness. Constructs have a stronger ability to fight and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. The punishing virus, casualties, war, insufficient maintenance chambers and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the hearts of constructs will never waver just from a change of frames. Despite not having wounds, Lucem tightly circulate among the crowd. Even Lee, a construct of few words, has become even more reticent. Aside from discussing rescues and missions, he remains silent for most of the day. The birth of the twins and the impact of the heroine mother, Greyraven has been unable to move about freely. Without a commandant, the 3 people would be among the list of names engraved on the monument. But when Vanessa learned about the commandant's actions, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Saying this, her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, like that of anger or sadness. Polana, 13 years old. Acute hepatic failure caused by consumption of Amanda Verna. Like punishing infection, occasional coma and convulsion. You have a medication for acute hepatic failure. Lucia is going to another conservation area to seek assistance. Without medication, I'm afraid he won't survive another 3 days. But the other conservation area also has a patient suffering from acute hepatic failure. Commandants cannot take any food. We are also running low on the fluid used for parental nutrition. Parenteral nutrition. Okay, new word. What should I do? Look at the list of critical wound in the last page. Liv becomes lost in thought. There are only 11 critical wound because most of the others could not make it to the moment when rescue came. The 13-year-old boy Planet passed away the night before yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv has been too busy to update it. Liv had heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Poisonous mushroom will cause you hallucinate. You'll see all sorts of crazy things. You should try it if you get the chance. Liv warned him not to try them just to see some crazy hallucinations, because the only thing that would happen is liver failure. What does that? Does it matter if we die of hunger or die from being poisoned? Might as well go out having fun. That's a cruel reality. The possibility of excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms has become seen as a peaceful death. Is that why you eat them, Lana? Oh. Record of injured personnel with limited mobility. non-life-threatening but require extra care during evacuation. Bronte left like oblique fracture. Sawyer ankle. Dang, that's a long list. It's meaningless to ask questions about their disease. Liv shakes her head and shifts her attention back to the list of supplies. The lives and well-being of the refugees hinges on the list, but no matter how many times she checks it, the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. Even now, the commandant's life hangs in the balance. Even though she only administers the minimal electrolyte compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Hey, doctor. Called from the basement interrupts Liv's thoughts. She puts down the records and hurries in the direction of the sound. I think I heard Akane crying. Can you check up on her? Okay, thank you for telling me. She goes like against her base towards Akane and agrees this room. Akane. Instead of throwing herself in Liv's arm, Akane lets out a muffled cry in front of Liv. Quiet as it is, Akane's cry makes way through the basement, stirring up empathy from other refugees. Faced with the mounting disaster, everyone is nothing but rubble amidst the rising flood of despair, leaving no hope for retreat. Babylonia's next rescue attempt is futile. What will happen to the command and the people stranded here? Liv held the crying Akane and puts her hand on the beating chest. If there's anything I can do. She desperately awaits good news, hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering. But time and again, she is helpless in changing reality. Liv pats her on the back and sings an old song to alleviate despair, hanging in the air. Ah. I'll become the wind skies. Countless nights and days, chasing your wake. Around like just a little longer. What song are you singing? It's a song from a long time ago. Everyone would sing it in the field hospital. It's a song, I've heard it before. Right when the guitar squeezes through the door, she at the side of Agaki. Deep asleep with quickly conversing expression sits down beside a kind of Liv. I remember a composer during the post-pandemic age wrote it to commemorate their friends, but the song became a hit because so many people had lost their families and friends. Is that so? The old generation sings it for comfort. How about I teach you, Akane? What do you say? I want Miss Liv to teach it to me. Right, then I'll teach it to her first. He strums a few chords over the skirt and begins to sing the first verse. I remember. That's it. Hey, what brings you here and playing guitar? Hey. The sound of Chuck's guitar attracts several musicians from the room next door. They crowd one by one and look at the people in the isolation ward with curiosity and fear. Well, this is pretty touching. Just playing a song with the doctor. Wanna join in? Alright, can you sing? Of course. The doctor can sing. Sing. Don't be afraid. La 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 la. Okay. Open your heart. Let the music flow out. Alright. Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. We'll sing instead of crying. Okay. When she is a bit unsure, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing. Wow. Slim sing. The other musicians drum the rhythm by their hands, followed by Chuck's guitar. She can actually sing. Sing to sing. Nakiki opens her eyes. Listen to the singing as she checks that her wounds are covered. It's a song of mourning sings so inspiring. And listens to the song and wipes her tears as she sits beside the goose's bed. Entranced in the music, the musicians don't notice a crowd of curious eyes gathering behind them. Longing for the past, they enjoy the music in silence. We are the scattered souls beside the round lake of life. If our paths could cross again, we could reunite once more. Even as the sun or evening wind, your familiar yet mysterious shadow must also. Leave. This is only a momentary parting. As her voice fades, Liv finally notes the crowd standing around her as everyone erupts in applause. That sure brings back memories. I didn't think anyone could sing. Well, we don't want to waste such a good rare opportunity. Dang it. Don't we need to rest? I'm okay. I want to listen to everyone sing too. Me too. We'll sing instead of crying. Well, at least that went well. Inspection of CD 45 and 44 complete. I didn't recover any supplies, but I found a field of mature wheat in the ruins. At noon next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the other constructs. You've worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. You should get some rest as well, Lucia. They wave and walk into a room on the other side of the basement, leaving the three Ruby Ravens at the door. I also asked about the medicine you requested, but they didn't have any in stock. What about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse off than us. Just had another critical wounded refugee join us. If this keeps up any longer, in the current situation, taking supplies from anyone else would make no difference in the status quo. Sorry, Lucia. She grabs Lucia's head and shakes her head. It's okay. In this situation, we can't save everyone. The conversation is slowly and painfully, like treading across water laden with thorns. We can only do our best. Here, I found some of the cloth and cutting you requested earlier. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not so good news. The conservation area at CD44 was ambushed by a horde of etheric creatures. I heard that from the refugees that just arrived. What happened? Some etheric creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. We stayed there for a whole day before we could get rid of all the etheric creatures. Parts of the conservation area were damaged, leaving only one construct to repair the CPF and evacuate the refugees gathering there. Except there are fewer and fewer temporary refugees. The twins are still at CD41, which puts us in danger. If these rescue missions from Babylon keep failing, we'd better prepare an evacuation plan just in case. Now there are people gathered in the conservation area and any other place, which puts an issue for evacuation. There are few targets left, and they can be destroyed. Traveling north along the west coast will be defenseless if we're attacked by either the twins or a horde of terror creatures. If these rescue missions from Babylon keep failing, the three stand silent door to this hypothetical question. No one dares to open it and reveals what awaits. At first, the team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation, while also giving the commandant some time to heal. They believed that there was still a ray of light in the dark depths. They believed the enemy could be defeated, the people would survive, and that the commandant would return to the team. But these expectations, struggles, and prayers have no impact on the growing sense of despair. It's too early to give up. We need to believe in Babylon. Right as she says believe, she suddenly lowers her head with a somber expression as if remembering some painful memory then trails off. Lucia? It's nothing. Just that if they continue to use the same tactics for conducting rescue missions, it will only lead to more deaths. Perhaps they just need some time to adjust their tactics. Lucia solemnly looks at the nearby room, the room where the Grey Ribbon man remains resting in a coma. But we should be prepared once rescued. Wow, what's in the heavy sack? Refugee with keen eyes spots the rice brought by Lucia and cries out in surprise. I found this rice in some ruins. We're going to make porridge tonight. Keen, get your spot. This sacrifice is enough to feed all hundreds of us. His shouting gets everyone's attention and a whole sense of surprise. That's great. Looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news. Want me to help make it? There'll be an extra stove in the store on top of ours is out of gas. We just gotta bring it down here. Okay, I'll go get it. Also collect some purified rainwater. It's been raining non-stop the past few days, so there should be more than enough water. And there's the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears with our hands to remove the husks. Huh? This ain't no rice. You can tell just by the sack. Besides, the constructs had to fight to bring it. Are you too lazy to help them prepare it? You're the boss. We'll do as you say. Good looking Kina. You only ever listen to the leader. Shut up. All you do is gossip. One of the best part of this chapter. I see. Well, thanks for letting me know, Phalanx. I kind of miss your chat. I was reading. I was in my own zone. Everyone begins to engage in joyous conversation as everyone lines up to take strands of rice and begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water purifier and cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice into the water for it to be filtered and then set to boil over the fire. Only an old man is sitting left holding rice. He stands up weakly and attempts to address the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner everyone's attention. Mr. Kelly, what's wrong? Since being diagnosed with cancer, he has refused to eat. Can I hold on to this? Of course, it's meant for everyone to eat. Not eat, just save. He shouts with all his strength, but all his intermittent syllables come out of his lips. He was already malnourished before refusing to eat. Now it's more like a candle in the wind, as if he would go out at any moment. Of course. He says the old man gave his own food, or the food he could get under his only request. He has no reason to refuse. She doesn't understand why, but seeing him struggle to speak, she refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed next to his wife. Thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's stubborn as a mule. The elderly couple sits together, holding their eyes and looking happily at the crowd gathered around the large pot. The embers in their eyes, which were extinguished by despair and rain, ignited once more. People danced along the scene, dispelling their depression over the past few days. The sobbing that echoed throughout the basement had stopped. The bedridden people slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their dim vision. In this dark world, everyone gathers together to watch the small, portable stove and the large cooking pot as they waft the delicious smell of rice porridge. If hope were to manifest itself, this would surely be the embodiment of it. Liv notices the woman who had been guarding the husband stand up from beside her, joins the crowd, and looks forlornly into the flame of the gas stove. It's Jin. Hi. She tries to speak out a polite smile but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wanted to try some porridge and told me to join the others, but right after that she... Just like you said, she'll only get through the night. As something becomes louder and louder, and quiet down as they brought back to cold reality. Some people can't endure this moment. Others can't endure the next. Some will say that the hospital walls have heard more repentance and prayer than churches. No matter how hard one prays in front of a life that is lost, the outcome won't change. Why did she want to sacrifice herself to protect me? I might as well join her. The person holds her trembling hands. But she knows that even if she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change for the crowd. Faced with parting life, words of comfort are far too shallow. When survivors laugh around a campfire, they can't forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. If a person, especially a daughter, cannot calmly face the parting between life and death, it means that they will drown in their own regret one day. But Liv knows that she has not learned how to face the situation with reason alone. Once upon a time, an otherwise outgoing professor said this with a rare sigh. Optimism, calmness, indifference to life and death. These all help persuade ourselves. But we can't force others to maintain a positive outlook. Don't deprive others of the right to be sad, nor discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is always more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you can't learn how to maintain emotionless when treating lives that cannot be saved. So that's why I'm telling you this. I hope you can allow yourself to be sad and use this accumulated regret as a motivation to save those who can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more useful than force. But how can I? And she looks up. Maybe she sees Chuck and his guitar, suggesting something to Liv. Should we sing instead of crying? He nods, and he closes his eyes and begins to strum his guitar. Shortly after, the other musician follows lead and join in. In the crowd, those who have learned the song before begin to sing along with the music. Life is like a round lake along the path we take. Oh, she's singing now. I actually don't know how to sing this. Maybe later on. I'll try to learn this. Sounds nice though. Hearing everyone sing, Liv faintly smiles and joins them. That song. It's a nice song. Well, Commander was awake to hear it. We'll just have to Lynne sing it again when the Commandant wakes up. Okay, when the time comes, we can all sing together. I'll pass. I think the Commandant wants to hear you sing. Dang. Lee. Don't be a killjoy, just join. But that's what makes Lee. They find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than rely on false hope. They use the song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. See? What I say? Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. That song. Listen to the song. The old man's lips began to tremble and his eyes brimmed with tears. It's wrong. It's fine. An old man like him is probably just thinking about the past. As people get older, some things become more clear, regardless of the song or a sacrifice. She shivers and lights a fresh rolled cigarette as her eyes sink in memories. During the Golden Age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food sources were cut off. After such a long time, it's difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock, but some people managed to do it. Many people were able to while also following the captain. People talked about taking seeds back and to find safe places to plant crops. But once they were interrupted, the people desperate for food came to seize all of our hard work. She raises her hardened gaze and looks around at the refugees sitting in the basement. Just like the Great Winter Famine in the historical records, there was no stable yield of food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. Without livestock or produce, we resorted to eating birds and mice. People even scavenged in areas with hordes of hunted, but few returned. So people began to breed something that could raise quickly and that others hated. She takes out the half remaining rolled cigarette and draws something about 4 centimeters in length with her hands. She didn't say what it was, but everyone understood what understands what she meant. But there wasn't much left to feed those pesky insects, so they couldn't raise enough to be made into breeding blocks, like the movies in the Golden Age. And normally, people would have touched them, but worse came to worse. Even those were taken. Even if this went unchecked, we would fill our stomachs with everything and there would be anything left. So rules were made and spread through the word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind. Offspring and fish eggs are not to be eaten. Plant roots must remain in soil. Pregnant animals and their food are not to be disturbed unless there is an emergency. Once people began to abide these rules, we had noticed some improvement. Animals could be seen in the mountain forests and seedlings sprouted in the areas that were harvested. It helped us get through the darkest time. The old folks who lived through that era still remember it. But the disaster didn't spare us. It only got worse every day. Sometimes people break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. And once the rules are broken, those that suffer have no choice but to do the same. That's when we met Cheese. We didn't know his real name, but that's what he was eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time, that's what we decided to call him. She takes a deep drag of her cigarette. Ash rolls down her fingers, but she doesn't seem to mind. She just sighs in a thick cloud of smoke. Nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off seeing him eat cheese next to a field he lived by. That old geezer snuck into his field and steal food for us to eat, but didn't leave him any seeds. Cheese and his wife barely made it through the winter, but the baby in her belly didn't make it. The first time we heard this song was when he was kneeling in his empty field, holding his wife, who had fainted from crying, as he sang to her. We didn't have the heart to go up and confess what we have done. We sent him some supplies, but they moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had the habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we can't break it ourselves. Even though the conservation areas have already been built, there's still room to raise crops and livestock there. But as we've all seen, this stuff won't last very many days if anything bad happens. She shakes her head, then stuffs out her cigarette. Well, enough of me rambling about these travels of the past. The party should be ready now. Let's begin. The refugees who already come too preoccupied with the toss of the long-awaited porridge to listen to her story suddenly spring to life. Surprised by excitement, the construct resting in the nearby room walked out. Let's start serving everyone. Sure. Everyone form a line. No need to push any button shove. Got it. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, holding their own tableware containers enthusiastically, paying extra attention that they receive their fair share. Jin holds the porridge carefully, slits the construct soldiers, and Liv then returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Cowley, have not eaten for 3 days, takes a bite of his wife's heart under her persuasion. Sadly, Shrek, Fantine, everyone except for the wounded who are still unconscious gets a bowl of warm porridge. The heat from the bowl in their hands warms their spirit as people sit down and enjoy this rare delicacy. While the crowd is distracted by their meal, Lucia calls Liv aside in a low voice. Yes? Come with me. Oh! The Great Evacuation. Okay, it's time for some action. Right, we're going for the action, guys. And looks like I'm bringing her. In the dark room, Vanessa is stirring her porridge in her cup with an exquisite coffee spoon. When Excelynne is lying on the bed next to her, still unconscious. What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from a cup. I know it's not exactly my style, but I like to make the best of things when a situation is out of my control. I'm sure you've realized by now Evelyn's cut off aid. What? Liv had obviously been too busy taking care of everyone to realize this fact. Since the last rescue operation failed, we asked them about their next operation or their change in tactics. They always give a vague response. They're also not providing regular contact whenever I contact them. They just give me the same response. Nisha also got the same response too. It's nothing too unusual. They've just postponed support operations to this area for the time being. They've done this in the past. It's just the first time I've experienced it. I guess your indifference means you've already been mentally prepared for this. Looks like we're on our own now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect to be rescued under these circumstances. I just say if I were in charge, it's only the logical solution. Aside from that, there is some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonia has caught up support, they haven't blocked my access to GPS intel. The bad news is, based on the GPS intel, the unidentified twins have entered CD42. What are you guys gonna do? Our location is dangerous. With our numbers, we'll suffer loss if we run into any hostile encounters. I want to disperse the 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We've had some more refugees join over the past few days. We now have 172 people and a dog, but that doesn't include us in the commandment. We're already 172 people. Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but it'll take more time to achieve. We'd better get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with 3 problems: high punishing concentration, lack of food and energy, and the terror creature attacks. Protective gear can protect us against the punishing concentration. We don't have enough for everyone, but we can move them in waves. The second problem is difficult to solve. All we can do is move slowly. As for the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? To safe zones adjacent to CD43, 46, 44, and 45. We just came from CD45. Their conservation is already full after taking in refugees from CD44. And personnel from CD46 were evacuated and after their CPF was damaged. So it's been vacant for some time. The CPF has been repaired, but it's quite a distance from here. Not to mention the people living there aren't exactly accepting of outsiders. No, that's an understatement, and it'll lead to inaccurate danger assessment. They're a group of armed scavengers that'll attack and rob outsiders. CD44 is completely empty, but the CPF still hasn't been repaired. Other creatures have stormed their perimeters, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. Looks like there isn't any ideal location. Are you going to find a place for them to live and work in peace? It's the next step to investigating whether the soil is suitable for agriculture. 2 grades of white eats of political cards and will have said sardonically. Just find a refuge for them to hold out for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave CD43 and then return and repair the damaged buildings. The world will be used up no matter how big it is, as long as they keep treading toward the unknown. If Excelynne was conscious right, I'm sure the commander would resort to the same guerrilla tactics. You think you know Excelynne. This sits down your spoon and just laughs coldly. Let's temporarily divide the crowd into 3 groups for evacuation. Those who can move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route. Will plan to bypass a potential battle zone where the red tide may converge and proceed to CD44. 2 constructs will act as guards. While en route, the refugees should refrain from removing their protective gear. They will return once safe living conditions are confirmed in CD44. Understood. We'll have some of the wounded take supplies in CD45. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with a small filtering device. The conditions are poor, but people can survive there with some simple protection. For the third team, we'll take the command Vanessa Bambinana and the rest of the wounded to CD46. Regardless of how hostile they are to outsiders, they can't do much against constructs. That sure was quick. I expect nothing less from the chief. This may solve the problems caused by the threat of insufficient materials and the twins, but that doesn't cover everything, don't you know? Constructs need to protect the refugees from terror creatures while in transit. Some of the wounded will need to be transported out. Humans will need protective gear, but we don't have enough for each person. That means the group going to City 46 will be unprotected. Correct, but there's one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. I hope you have seen your fair share of hardship and quality agreement. Don't disrupt the team while with the illusion of saving everyone. What do you mean? Seems like you guys have been spending too much time trying to rescue people out there. You don't know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I'm sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take the win all at once. They also can't move quickly in the state that they're in. And our vehicles don't have the capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we run out of time? Exactly, but only if time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain, but I don't want to risk the success of this mission. And I don't want this to be a point of contention between us. Anything you're not happy about, or are you still expecting some to regain consciousness and come up with some big brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? If not, I'll be the active commandant here. This is the only way that we can survive. We can save the most lives. If worse comes to worse, who do you think is most likely to encounter danger? Me and Bambinata? Those refugees who still have the strength to run? Or that comatose commandant of yours? Forget it. After all, a puppet led by Excelynne will just shout, "I'll protect everyone," then rush in and die. No point in asking you. What's been our next step? I don't think it's necessary to evacuate the critically injured to City 45 and 46 first. You're right. We have time. They should go first. If the healthy refugees leave first, they may be left here for good. Looks like you've become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This doesn't make them inferior. Everyone just wants to live, so we need to plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City 43 yet, but activate a large horde of attack creatures from north, 130 clicks. They're headed right for us 88 hours. How many? Roughly over 100. Can we hold them off? No, Liv. If they already grouped up, there are more than 100. I saw something similar in City 44. They're bound to be more beyond your detection range. There may be 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out we're hiding, we won't be able to defend against such a large horde. When is the series 7 eats a porridge in her cup, which had gone cold. Looks like we won't hold out until morning. So, we should evacuate immediately. Understood, but I hope we proceed according to plan. Evacuate the wounded first, then the other concert soldiers will escort those who can walk in an orderly manner, so that they can receive help from the stranded elite teams as soon as possible. Some of the wounded can leave on transport vehicles. After all, your command only needs one seat. I'd advise you to give up on the latter. The Strikehawk and servers are in the same situation as us. There will be more survivors in the base with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded had survived, this wouldn't be an issue. Please didn't say something like that. As I said, there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect the hierarchies to wait for you to take your time evacuating everyone, do you? And let's accept such a dire consequence. They also have no choice but to accept the reality that they cannot change the status quo. How many vehicles are left? Including the vehicles we recovered over the past few days from the strike conservation areas, we have 3 left. Hurry and get your commandant into your protective gear. Maybe the room with your Venice and commandant are looking to begin preparations. They're met with an unexpected scene outside. People have already panicked. There's cars and bags of luggage as Greyhaven's exit the room. The refugees look at them coldly. Where's everyone going? We're going to the Forsaken space. There's no way you can make it there on foot. So I'm going to borrow your rescue vehicles. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? I know you won't tell us the truth, seeing you all sneak around like that. I took advantage of the noise outside to eavesdrop on your conversation. What did you hear? Babylonia stopped sending aid. I heard that contract say it. Points out at the least terminal as if stating the obvious. We were just going over possible scenarios with the others. I didn't think anyone have the nerve to even just start on this. Doesn't matter. I knew it was only a matter of time. There have been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas, and since Babylonia has hung us out to dry, and those damn twins are wandering around City 41 again, we don't want to stay here and await that. 2 vehicles are up and running, and we've got predictive gearbox. Let's go. Please don't take the vehicles. We need them to evacuate the critical wounded. What are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make it there on foot. But you better be up with the wounded when you're gone. You'll have more room and we'll be quieter. Seems like they don't know about the Hitler creatures, and twins headed right for us. 3 vehicles can't hold 172 people. How are you going to deal with the corrupted and Hitler creatures if we get attacked? Outnumber them? And the crowd falls silent for a moment before whispering amongst each other. That's why we need to leave before they swarm us. Scavenges like us have our own ways of operating. Leave the rest of us. Please don't. Everything we've done is to ensure as many people can survive as possible. Save for a few seconds, but decides that it's best to inform everyone the current situation of the confusion. The refugees had always believed that they had the right to know what was happening. Time like this requires everyone to work together to solve the problem. What would happen if they made a decision without knowing the danger? Liv can't even bear the thought of it. Please listen. I just detected a horde of terror creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Also, the twins already left CD41 and have made it to CD42. We need to evacuate with the wounded immediately. If we take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the terror creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded. Hearing this, the whole basement becomes speechless. The middle-aged leader looks around the crowd in silence. He contemplates for a few seconds, then turns to face Liv. We'll take your word for it, considering you've taken care of us and the wounded all this time. Saying this, he paused for several more seconds, and after hearing no objection, he continues to speak. Since you're willing to be so honest, I'll make concessions to the constructs and wounded. The crowd erupts in outcry led by the shrill of voices of several refugees. Leave the wounded here, not like they'll survive much longer if we take them anyway. They'll die here. Just so we can walk all the way there. The refugee leader remains silent among them. Wow, everything's going crazy now. What's wrong? You're not wounded. You've just been hungry for a few days and now you can't walk? I mean, besides, she said those monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we run past these monsters? And if they don't come, what about those wandering outside? We're armed and there's a lot of us. We can handle ourselves as long as there aren't too many. That's right. Doctor, we wanted to take the vehicles because our people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergency, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. But we weren't just going to drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow the rest of us down. We'll be sitting ducks if we get attacked. I understand. Are you at least willing to leave any vehicles? How about this? Raised his voice over the crowd's discussion. We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage, and for people to rest when needed. The other 2 are rescue vehicles, so they're more suitable for transporting the wounded. That way, we can guarantee our safety to a certain extent while also destroying the lives of others. We can just fall silent, but concerns slowly. But those creatures will be here in 8 hours. There's no way we can outrun them on foot. Even if we take all 3 vehicles, there isn't enough space for everyone. You think you'll be one of the lucky ones and get a ride? Then what you do, boss? Calm down, we need to come up with a plan. Where were you planning on taking us in the wounded? Given the current situation, it would be best for the healthy refugees to go to CD44. There are still issues with the CPF and the punishing concentration is high, but there won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. Once CD43 is safe, you can come back. Seems reasonable. It's the nearest city with a direct road with a minimal corrupted wandering around here. This means quite speaking to the crowd behind him. But if everyone goes wearing protective gear, there won't be enough for the wounded. There's also a warehouse city C-45 with a small filtration device. I'm not sure it's strong enough to guarantee safety, but anyone with normal level of protective gear should do just fine. Alright, that's where we'll take some of the wounded. We'll take the rest of the wounded to the conservation city in areas in City 46. They should still have enough room to take us in. 46. Those crazy bastards, they just corrupted. But you're right, there's not much they can do against constructs. And it's held then. Yeah, she slowly walks out of the room, and it's she hadn't been listening the whole time. Together with her is Bambinata, who now resembles an old doll. We should hurry. Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 44 is, we might not even be able to cross City 43's borders in 8 hours. I accept that the doctor generally wants us to leave the vehicles here to save the wounded, but I'm not so sure about you. You've been standing in as temporary commandant here, right? I don't know what your command is normally like, but I have an idea based on the others in Grey Raven, but you... People like you put human lives on one side of the scale and your own personal interests on the other. We've only been stuck here together for a month, but I know your type. If you evacuate with the wounded, who's to say you won't abandon them and guarantee your own safety? I'm just trying to save the most lives. Given our current situation, we don't have enough time and materials to save everyone. Sacrifices will have to be made. What about the wounded? What about that wounded dead weight? Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between a cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, which would you choose? As expected. From one of the Babylon's officers, you bastards are just putting a price on our heads just like what it did during the Great Evacuation. Sensing a fight about to break. But for both sides, Liv wants to rush forward and say something, but she was stubbornly wishing she can do anything. Quiet down, Lawson. This Great Evacuation is in our hands now. The 3 cars outside are ours. If you want the 2 rescue vehicles, you have to listen to us. Try and take them by violence. One shot from a gun here and they'll be gone. Are you sure you want that? Well then, what is it? Let our people in the wind retreat first, and you and other constructs stay here to stop the incoming attack. In any case, 2 cars aren't enough for everyone. They'll take the wind and come back for us. We won't have it made far at this point. You want them to come back? That's right. I'm sure the doctor and her team will be able to escort the wounded and return safely. Once everyone has returned safely, you and that unconscious commandant of yours can leave. I can have the other conscious escort you and leave together. I didn't trust you. You'll just call them off whenever you get a chance. Slow as we are with all the wounded, we'll be targeted even before we make it out to City-43. As opposed to me ordering them to pick up first, and when you hand over the vehicles, we'll have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when all the wounded have been evacuated first. Even if Grey Ravens choose to listen, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want. But that'd be a death sentence going out there on foot, just the 2 of you. You don't want to give up that cracked jewel of yours, do you? Fine, I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting your time and get out of here. Vanessa, are you sure about that? Get back here ASAP, otherwise it's going to be our funerals. One more thing. You, what's your name? She went to the construct beside her and beckons. My name's Sandra. Come on, Vanessa. Sandra, you're going to be one of the drivers. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of surprises along the way, given how many corrupted and heterogeneous. Wait, hold on. She wants Sandra to be a driver. A driver, but she can't see. This commandant's an idiot. This commandant's an idiot. Holy crap. Oh my god. You're letting a blind person drive. Oh no. I mean, if you're gonna rely on some kind of a sonar thing, like what bats do, but you're friggin' driving a car, you can't do that much. Even if you have like super hearing. Take critical women that Canada and Lindsay need to stay behind for the time being. The first two need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, while Lindsay's wounds can't withstand the crowded and bumpy vehicles, so she needs to be carried away separately on the stretcher with stabilizers all other construct soldiers have gathered. The one the commandant used? Well, the commandant doesn't need to know. Doesn't need now. As for Mr. Callie, I don't know if he'll agree to go. The man who wasn't eating after being diagnosed with cancer, let me ask him. Even if he doesn't agree to go, he still needs space for former people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. Most, they can take the little girl with them. They can make do in the crowded vehicle if we get there fast enough. Let's get some supports between these stretches so we can put them close together. Not being cramped. Good idea, but there's still only enough room in the stretches. Okay. I'll leave it to you then, Lee. Wait, I have a question. I have a question though. Why don't they go to City 46? I know it's a really hostile place, but don't they have vehicles? They can actually steal one of those vehicles and, you know, bring it back. And who knows? You can actually have more transports. As for the second vehicle, she thumbs through the records of the terminal and makes a new list. They don't need stretchers, but even then, they need to be separated due to their wounds. Even if some people lie under the seats or sit on their legs of those who aren't injured, you can't squeeze them in. Not to mention our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many people do we need to take? So we still have 47 wounded. Now, counting the new arrivals over the past few days, that makes 62. But the second car can only carry 17, 4 people in the first car. That means we can only take 21 people in this single trip. That's fine. There's still some hope if we can make another trip. But there are still several other critically injured and are commanded that need to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We need to make a third trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Okay. Shall I constantly after shorten some wooden refugees live out following her. Live. Since Fantine's name is on the first list, she steps out of the crowd and greets Liv with a smile. Liv, but I want to give up my spot. She leaves in the crowd and rubs her belly. It's too crowded for me. And I haven't checked if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. After I leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't compare to yours, but I can still help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The wound on this back is still serious, and he needs some room. Okay. Oh, and Shrek wants to speak with you. I guess I'm going to be relaxed. Let me go with you. I'll sit on the roof so I don't take up any space. Besides, if any of the wounded sit up there, they'll most likely fall down, right? Are you sure it's dangerous up there? Don't worry, I'll hold on tight. Yeah, just grab a seatbelt on the roof. You said you wanted to evacuate Warehouse 45, right? But is there a doctor there to take care of them? Or are you going to stay there with them? No, that's what I've been worried about. So someone should be there to look after them, right? I'm no doctor, but I've learned a thing or two about first aid recently. Recently? Got that right. A friend of mine made me realize how important it is. If you don't trust me, I can have that Forsaken send a doctor over. That way I can continue on my way and deliver the serum. They can't possibly refuse, right? Okay, thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get support from Watanabe. If only the commander was still conscious, we could use the commander to pull some strings. Having finished assembling the stretchers, Lee appears behind the 3 of them with a frowning face. I know what you're worried about, but Babylonian cut off communication. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken. Well, that's a new thing. There's always space for the Forsaken, I guess, even though it's kind of crowded. And I guess Watanabe's right. She looks at the dim sky, suddenly getting lost in memory. I understand why they made this decision. I don't think it was out of greed or malice, but we're on our own. I'm used to it by now. You guys talk things over. Want me to go out and get the wounded? In the ground of your words, he waves and quietly runs back to the basement. Olive, Callis said he's not going with the others. Really, I understand. Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but not so cramped that the wounded are crushed. Everything's ready to go. Let's go. I will deal with you. He nods in front of the snipers anxiously. The engine calls a siren on the rescue wheel, and an alarm from the dashboard speaks to Blair. Alert! Vehicle overboarded. Please drive safely in accordance with the law. Anxiety in Lee's inner brow increased noticeably. He quickly unscrews the cover of the speaker and adeptly cuts the alarm circuit, silencing the noise. Let's get going. And that is annoying. So, right. I'm gonna hold out while the first trip while they make their first trip. Let's go. Right. Lucia, the wandering catcher is nearby. Come over. Because we're overloaded. We can't move fast enough to get rid of them. I'll try my best to clear out the enemies on the path. You go as fast as I can. For safety considerations, we will stop the vehicles for defense if we run into enemies on the way. But the vehicles are already wrecked, and most of the wounded can't move. I understand. Yeah, so we have to make it quick. Right, let's go. Oh, wait. Oh dear. There we go. Uh-oh. Whoa. Okay, that was unexpected. Sneaky little things. Uh-oh. No. I won't let you destroy this thing. Not on my watch. Ow, frick. This is bad, this is bad. Frick. There. Let's see. Okay. Some luck behind us. I'll handle them. Ow. Ow. Oh wow, ow. Ouch. Frick. I can do this. Ow. Yeah, I have no choice. I have to use this. There. Ow, frick. Ow. Wow, there's so many. There's so many. Ow. You guys are right over there. Just so I need you. I'll handle it. Okay, I'm moving towards you. I made it. Whoa. I've been reading for like more than 2 hours. Holy crap. Live in the conservation area in City 43, they cross a pass several collapsed roads and buildings attacked by the corrupted and terror creatures until finally arriving at their destination in City 45. 5.5 hours later. Not that this situation isn't looking good either. But at least they promised to send a doctor and even offered to take in some refugees if the situation takes a turn for the worse. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Shrek terminates the call and hands terminal back to Lee. You said you were going to call the Forsaken to send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. I did just now, didn't I? You pointed at least terminate matter as me stating the obvious. People need to rely on each other to survive this world, so we can't just think about what we have. At a time like this, we even more so. 3 hours punching some gray ravens. Oh no. I guess it's too late. It gives him a dull look. Want any more platitudes? I've got 100 of them. Just be more prepared next time before making promises. Considering how many accidents we've had recently, what would you have done if you couldn't reach them? Nonsense. I trust you guys. Finally, it doesn't matter whose terminal he uses as long as everything works out. How are things with you, Liv? I checked everyone's vitals and re-bandaged everyone's wounds that opened up from all the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book, Shrek. She returns the book entitled Comfort for the Soul back to Shrek, now full of medical notes. Yeah, it's okay. Books are used for recording information. I've gotten what I need from them anyway. Also, I know I promised to make it an identical rabbit doll for it, but it's okay, this stuff, I understand. I only had time to make you a small one on the way here. If I return to CD43's conservation, I'll make another one for you, okay? Really? Thanks. Alright, let's go back and get the other wounded. You're not going to tell us how you are doing. Huh? You mean my leg? I can manage. But what's with all the vital fluid? I'm rebandaged. I'm good to go. You can't take it anymore. Let me know. I'll carry you. Okay. Thanks. Oh, when is the Forsaken Doctor going to be here? Dear, so we're not exactly close. If that's the case, you'll have to care for the wound until then. I need to go back and escort the rest of the wounded. Okay, I'll take it from here. You should get going. Okay, that's the first trip. Right. Dang. Okay. Right, so 17-7 has stayed behind. Some of the injured stay in CD43's conservation area. The original crowded base is now left with only dozens of people waiting for the Grey Raven to come back. Dang. This is really intense. Wait, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back real quick because I just need a short. I'm just gonna need a short break. And I'll try to continue this. So I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stream this. Probably like a couple more minutes or hours. I don't know. Because dang, reading them is, I think this is real long. Might actually separate this chapter into 3 parts. But anyway, yeah, I'll be right back with you guys, and just give me like 5 minutes or so. Here we go. I'm back. I just needed a short break. And I put my pillow back in my bed. Because I think it's gonna be more action at this point, I think. Yeah, I know. I tried to move as fast as I can. Because well, I don't want to leave you guys hanging now, do we? I can't really leave you guys hanging. That would be unethical, if you will. So, yeah. Moving back, we'll continue to stay behind. City 43, conservation area basement, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nearly 5 hours have passed since Liv and others set out. All refugees still able to move freely have been evacuated. They have walked for 5 hours, but they still have not managed to evacuate the conservation area in City 43 due to the overall speed of the crowd. The hoarded... Oh, oops. There are only a few dozen people left in the closed basement. All the constructs stationed in the conservation area are on the surface, leaving the refugees anxiously waiting for the news from Green Raven. Vanessa sits alone in the dark room, monitoring the trajectory of the esoteric creatures on a large number of hold screens and sending the intel to Babylonia with no response. Following that, she recalculates the tactical deployment of constructs in the conservation area and the best evacuation route for Grey Raven based on the enemy's new trajectory. After completing her work, she stands up from the screens and walks up to sick nearby bed. Chief. She smiles lovingly, then sits beside the bed. If you knew your recklessness would have this outcome, would you still have done what you did? Vanessa gently strokes your ear as if waiting for an answer. Let me guess. You'd say, I'll sacrifice everything to protect my comrades, huh? She gives herself a smile of mockery and slowly moves her fingers down your ear and puts her hand firmly on your throat. I'm sure you'd be disgusted right now seeing yourself like this. So weak and fragile I can't even push my hand away. Like a candle in the wind, all of just a couple of puppets. What are you thinking? She suddenly whispers softly into your ear. Her fragrant aroma seems at odds with the musty smell of the basement. You definitely take back what he said. A fool like you can't even protect yourself. Vanessa quickly looks at your closed eyes. Your malnourished face from having battled illness for so long looks even more lifeless under the dim lights. Disgusting. Even if you were awake, the people who would have seen your face plastered on the screens after the Atlantis incident wouldn't even recognize you. Even though her record falls on deaf ears, she could still continue her senseless behavior. Regardless, I wasn't wrong. Before this disaster happened, I saw you as a rival that must be defeated. A futile illusion. Now? What a joke. You know, I could kill you right now. You're gonna talk something tense and relaxing. She smiles and covers your pallid skin with her warm palm. But what's the point? Before you went into coma, I looked at your selfless naivety with contempt. I figured you'd quickly lose in battle and realize that your starry-eyed view of the world didn't conform to reality. This wasn't exactly quick, but maybe now you'll see the world for what it really is. Her neck remains ice cold despite her warm palm. She lifts a finger and checks your pulse. Such a simple battle nearly cost her life, Chief. What exactly distracted you? Or did I waste my time focusing on you so much? You don't deserve to be chief, let alone a role model and a goal for the others. She slowly gets up and looks at the holster in a fold-up mirror next to it. The terror creatures will be here in 3 hours. If Grey Raven isn't back by then, you're a goner. Maybe that and I can get out of here whenever we want. She combs her hair in the reflection of the mirror. But the look in her eyes doesn't match the delicate gesture. Her eyes seem wandering and vacant. I know this isn't exactly what a commander should do. FOS College teaches us to always fight the enemy and protect as many people as we can. The only murmur echoes throughout the empty room as before no one responds. But the battlefield isn't so merciful. Not everyone can be saved, no matter who you are, Chief. But as long as people die, their reputation, rights, or those ridiculous bonds are just dust in the wind. You get nothing, and the people you protect will soon forget you. As he walks to the simple square table full of cold screens, but leaves a note of attention to you laying behind her. She turns around once more and looks at the changed bed. You stupid, naive piece of trash. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now you have no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of survivors. 4:30. An hour and a half before the Turkish entered the conservation area. When Vanessa and the 4 construct stationed in the conservation area have all gone to the surface to prepare for combat. In the closed basement, 41 souls with minor wounds and bullet issues, and 4 critical wounded appears like a kind of the Lindsay, and Cal still remain. Aside from them, there is another surprising refugee. What are you looking at? Never seen anyone fall on the stairs before? No, it's not the boy should have evacuated with the first, but he sneaked into the warehouse on the 3rd floor underground and accidentally slipped on the stairs, hitting his head and spraining his ankle. He had been conscious for over an hour, completely out of sight, despite being woken up by matches. He had missed the opportunity to leave with the first group of refugees. Why is a dog going into the warehouse at a time like this? Might just probably just been someone in there. What about you? What were you doing here? I was just checking to see if that mud had gone into the warehouse. If that would not make me notice some time, I was just going to take a peek. Here rubs the back of his head and his sprained ankle. You don't believe me, do you? Why are you being so defensive? Because your mud ate all my cans. My friend gave me those before he died. He has everything to get his hands on those, but your dumb mud ate them. Being reminded of the past, the boy chokes Rex. I already told you Max didn't do anything. Here's what you say. I only believe what I saw. I only have gone in there if that secret mission was safe. They said we should all be in the same boat. They took all my cans and allowed someone like you to get in. I thought I could use those cans to find my big bro. You have a big brother? Yeah, he's the best big brother in the whole entire world. Boy sobs and takes a shabby journal from his pocket. Jacket pocket, half the pages had fallen out, and the rest are barely clean on layers of tape. He'd tell me stories every day and draw me whatever I wanted. He gently rubs a few remaining pieces, which are covered with an assortment of vivid drawings. Roasted chicken, new clothes, entire house, a bed, soccer ball, a garden, and even a kind-looking woman. Below the pictures, there's the same phrase repeated over and over. Can you read? A bit. How about you? That's nice. My mom taught us a bit before she died. But Bro and I forgot. Tries to stop crying and sniffling, then points to the writing beside the kind woman. Bro said we can write our wishes in it, and Mom will make our wishes come true up in heaven. Look, Mom told us just to write this beside each picture, and Mom will hear our wishes. Sam looks into where the boy is pointing, but discovers that isn't some magic spell. Sorry. Sorry I brought you into this world. What do you say? Sam opens his mouth to explain the meaning of the dense handwriting, but lowers his head silently as if noticing something. Nothing. I just zoned out there for a second and saw. If I've never shown this to anyone, and you just get distracted. Sorry, anyway. Why are you showing me this? Because you see me? He awkwardly covers his face with a banklet and curls up. Forget it. What's the point of telling someone without any family? Anyway, your dog only found me because he was trying to steal food. I just didn't shut up. I know already. I'm watching you for the past few days. I know it now. This is to get a sense of the truth. At least that's how Stanley interprets his response. He knows he wrongly accused Stanley, but can't admit his mistake and doesn't apologize. Go to sleep. As you roll over the bed, he wins some pain from the injuries on his head and ankle. Alright. Salmon stops swinging. Looks into the basement. Imagines what was happening outside the window. Right as he went lie to bed and get some rest, he hears a heart-rending cry from the other side of the basement. No, don't go, Lindsay. In a sad cry, another person wandering in the toilet falls in the cold embrace of eternal night. Much longer, until daybreak. Oh no. Right, life and death. By the light of daybreak, they see the slope path in the city has turned into a scarlet wave. Okay, now that is bad. 5:38 a.m. Driving 2 rescue vehicles, Graven races back to the conservation area before the barrage of hither creatures arrives. Following with the way back and no one carrying any wounded, they managed to make the trip in just 3 hours. We're back. Returning to the enclosed basement, Graven and Sandra arrived to look at the panic among the refugees. Intermittent sobbing can be heard throughout the basement. The looming sadness is like smoke from a fire, making everyone's eyes and noses sting. Liv quickly walks into the room to the compartment to see a lifeless body lying in the blood-stained sick bed. Jin is lying by her side weeping. Liv, she lightly shakes her head and probably looks over at what was not currently. Lindsay has passed away. Jin struggles to lift her head and looks at Liv lifelessly. The terror creatures are almost here. We need to leave. She lifts her head and tightly grips Lindsay's ice-cold wrist. Still don't know why Lindsay saved me. Seeing her in agony like this, there was even a moment that I hated you. If we could all laugh at the same time, why would we have spared from the pain and the agony, or having to say goodbye like this? Someone once asked Liv, is it really meaningful to treat a patient who is about to die? Before death's peaceful embrace, prolonging the patient's life is actually just prolonging their pain. But she saw the struggle under Lindsay's eyes, her desire for life, and the words she could not say. So, Liv chose this cruelty. Did she regain consciousness at all? Yeah, just before she died, but she only said a few words. What did she say? I'm happy you're okay. My life didn't go to waste. But don't come looking for me just yet. I asked her why she saved me. She said, because I'm a scaredy cat. What does that mean? Lindsay. Her tears fell and continues like raindrops on the floor. Scaredy cat. If there's anything in the world that can arouse humanity's strongest fear, it's death. Yet, she calls herself a scaredy cat and is willing to face death alone to protect another person. I don't know Lindsay too well, but I think people who are willing to give up their lives to save another person must have value. They must value the lives of others more than theirs. She must be deeply afraid of your death. She struggled to her last breath just to tell you that. Really, but I feel the same way about you, Lindsay. As if soaked by the downpour of sorrow, Jin sobs in front of Liv's chest. So, I need to keep leaving. That's what Lindsay wanted. Okay. She nods quietly as she cries. We're running out of time, Liv. We need to get everyone out of here. Jin, what's going? Still unable to stop her sobbing, she gets up and leaves his bed and takes a step toward Liv. Yes, let's go. Why should you persuade someone who wants to die? Do you think those 2 vehicles can accommodate everyone here? Right as everyone calms down, a moment Vanessa pulls everyone back to reality. Also, we have a boy and a dog unaccounted for. I just barely missed the first group and I sprained my ankle. But looks around the crowd and matches beside Stanley. They still go? It depends if they have time to come back a 3rd time. But the intelligent creatures will be here by then, won't they? Right. I'm setting a massive incoming horde. There's no way we can take them ourselves while also protecting the refugees. So, looks like this is the last trip. Silence fills the basement, everyone's nerves hanging in anticipation of their sentencing. Get your commandant on board first, and then squeeze the rest in however you like. For those who can't get in, they stay here. And for those who need to be carried out of here, crowd rushes to the basement exit without waiting for her to finish speaking, nearly pushing Vanessa to the ground. Alright, get your commandant on board. As the three of them carry the commandant to the surface, the scene erupts into chaos. Quit pushing, shoving! Overhead circuits gradually become audible, causing everyone to panic. They rush into the chaotic crowd to protect the vehicles from being overturned by the crowd. Form a line. Liv's injury makes it difficult to stand up straight in the crowd. Some people reluctantly form a line as she tries to block the vehicle. But most of the injured refugees rush the door, causing the whole rescue vehicle to shake. I'm gonna push my way on if I have to. There's not enough space. Why are you pushing? You're barely even hurt. You think you can steal my spot? First, you hear that sound? It's like an earthquake. They're gonna be here any minute. That sound of everyone's feet. Who the hell do you think you are? Quit stepping on my shoulders. What's the matter? I'm getting on. People no longer care about each other's wounds. They regard themselves as luggage and cram the vehicles full. Even then, some people make no attempt to board the vehicle. Scram, you're not even hurt. Take care of yourself. There's no dog in here. Why don't we kick the dog out so someone else can fit in? Wonderful. That's quite the clown car you've got going. And applauds the crowd in her usual mocking attitude. So, how fast can the overloaded vehicle drive? Do you think it can outrun the terror creatures? No one responds to her question. Everyone just holds their breath in anticipation. You don't leave space for several of the critically injured, or even commandant. I think Graven will serve you anyway. Leave the commandant with me, and I don't need my hands to fight. Leave the commandant with me. You're better off taking care of the wound. And so then, for those who aren't on board, sorry. Looks like you have to stay here. See you in another life. No, don't leave me. I want to find my big bro. Sorry, I shouldn't have been so like I feel like you're taking with you anywhere. He stand behind the rescue vehicle in despair and looks up to plead those who board the vehicle and climb the windows and as they ignore his cries. Sorry, I don't want to die. Don't worry, put on some protective gear and hide. We'll come back to pick you up. And please, I beg you. He kneels at Liv's feet and begs her. You will come back, Miss Liv? Promise. You can take my spot. Sadly matches squeeze their way out of the tightly packed vehicle. I'll wait for you here. Get going. He hugs Stanley as a constant stream of tears and snot rolls on his cheeks. It's nothing. So it's decided. Leave the rest here. Jin. It's okay. I'll keep Lynn's company. No, it's not okay. An old voice and its owner squeeze out of the vehicle. Go, kiddo. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let Lindsay's sacrifice be in vain. But with these old bones of mine, besides, I can't bring myself to leave my husband. I'll keep him company. But if you feel sorry for me, then I want you to do something for me. She takes out a tightly closed bag containing the rice left over by Callie. One day, when you find a safe place to live, plant this rice. No matter what you eat, leave some seeds for future generations and pass on our tradition. Okay, good girl. Then all of this is worth it. She hands it back to Jin and pats her on the shoulders. Get going, kiddo. Let's get going. I'll carry Nagayuki, Captain. You take Kanata. Okay. Goldie smiles and waves to everyone. The boy hurriedly takes out his notebook before leaving. Tears out the last blank page and sits down with his pen. This is a thank you gift. It can make your wishes come true. Okay, get going. In the driver's cabin, the overloaded vehicle groans and drives at less than optimistic speed. The moment the vehicle drives out of the conservation, Liv looks back at the others and where Lindsay lies. As a cold thought enters her mind. We still have time. Is there any other way? No, there isn't. Well, we could carry even more people, but we have no other choice. Painfully forces herself to look back at the road despite severe pain from her leg wound. She runs in step with the vehicle. If we can hurry, there's still time. 5:15 a.m. The two overloaded rescue vehicles drive at full speed for 6 minutes. but looking back, they can see the full outline of the conservation area. Vanessa looks at the speedometer, which only shows 37 kilometers per hour. In order to correct this meaningless escape, she stops the vehicle and hops out of the driver's seat. We can outrun the other creatures at this speed. She looks at the crowd squeeze into the back of the vehicle. The crowd looks at her outside. As a human, she should be in the same position at the moment, but their eyes are filled with fear. We need to cut down to 15 people per vehicle so we can leave in time. 15? What about the other? There are only 40 of us. You want more of us to die? We don't all of us die. We'll die here. Stepping for the spray something in size, it's a twisted box with countless redundant mounts growing in it. I don't agree with this. Oh, what are you gonna do? Lucia doesn't immediately answer. She looks at her companions as we live and leave for their consent with their eyes. We'll stay here and stop the Hitler creatures, then lure them away to give everyone time to retreat. Color me surprised. I expect nothing else from a puppet of Excelynne. You know what this will lead to. Your nephew will get the commandant killed. And I don't deny the rest, but I prefer to believe in the strength of the Grey Raven. Strength? 3 exhausted constructs, one of which is injured. Grey Raven really has inherited commandant's naivety and arrogance. We've already left a lot of people behind. We know the risks, but we won't back down. Is that the chief once? That fool in your arms only saved you because someone was a little too big for their britches. Don't insult the commandant. If it wasn't for this fool, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have been saved. Oh, so you said you should just give up the commandant's life to save the worthless refugees. Nothing with life is worthless. We'll stick together. We'll never flee in the battlefield because of hardship or fear. Won't flee? Do some drawing. Whether he was seriously injured and couldn't return, or if he's on the same road as those deserters. For a long time, Egret had attracted people who were afraid of them because of its low casualty rate and tactics designed to maximize benefits. In the face of such unwinnable battles, serious injury or defection would be highly likely. This wasn't the first time she had seen such puppets, but every puppet that tries to escape and disobey its master's orders has been well trained by Vanessa. Shouldn't a puppet be punished for disobeying its master? She has always believed in this truth, but still cannot stop her puppets from defecting. She doesn't feel that she is wrong, but rather they were selfish and afraid of that. In their opinions, instincts, and subconscious, Grey Raven will find a chance to escape in order to survive. But Grey Raven hasn't. They saved her and the refugees, and they're willing to give up their lives to stick to the commandant's faith. Harley, Joe, Simon, Yata, Eleanor, and the others are so reckless. They won't return to Babylon until they ensure that the mission is complete and they've saved everyone they could. Why? Before graduating from FOS college, a seemingly unpopular instructor had said to her, "Every life has its own unique value. No matter how small, they are all part of this world. If you want to be the best commandant, you must remember this truth. If you despise life and detest worthless things, you will lose everything one day." Hearing this, she thought that the instructor was just an idealist trying to secure tactics to promote friendly cooperation. When tactics failed and she was in trouble, she never thought about this idea. But now the fool she deemed unworthy is lying quietly in the arms of the construct. Even without saying a word, the construct will still quietly abide the commandant's ideology. Only then she thinks about what the instructor had said. Is this what makes us different? She reaches out as if to grasp some non-existent cannon, but then smiles. Get going. Egret will take care of luring the terror creatures. What? But you heard me. It's only Bambinata and me. But I'm prepared to fight. She takes her tactical bag containing her last trump card. Bambinata has long been acquainted with Venice's ideology. Countless puppets have disappeared or were sacrificed in exchange for victory. But this time is different. Venice wants to prove that she can achieve victory while making this puppet a companion to stay with. Instead of giving Bambinata the contents of her tactical bag, she put herself on the chessboard. But You won't survive against that many etheric creatures, no matter what you've got in that bag. What are you talking about? I don't misjudge my own strength, unlike that name commandant. Take it and go with these people. Don't wait for me to clear up these troubles. You haven't reached your destination yet. Have any other bright ideas? I mean, if you stay here, you will only get caught in crossfire. What about you? Anyways, don't worry, I won't die here, so tell that to the chief for me. Remember that I saved your life today. You better thank me when I get back. Yes, what's it going? She's already made up her mind. Thank you. Two vehicles drive away in silence. When the vehicles slowly disappear out of sight, you hear the sound of the turkish gradually approaching. First, we should draw their attention. Yes, mistress. Carrying Vanessa in her arms. Use the short-range drone to leap into the air. With the light of daybreak, they see the slop path and see us turn into a scarlet wave. Yee. Okay, alright. Second, freedom. Okay, so the first one was joy and sorrow. Now it's freedom. Let me guess. There'll be like a third one. 6:13 a.m. Shortly after the main troop has evacuated, the ground shakes and reverberates, which is some sort of explosion. After the deafening noise fade away, the world goes quiet for another half a minute, before the footsteps of a horde of terror creatures come from somewhere nearby. They do not seem to notice the people hiding in the basement. Instead, they go straight across the conservation area and head for where the explosion took place. The footsteps continue for more than half an hour. Then a few more loud bangs come from the distance. Trapped in the basement, the elders and the boy have no way of knowing what is going on there, but they notice a central verification filter has started glowing red after the footsteps of those satiric creatures disappeared. No one can tell what the red indicators meant. They only showed something was stopped working. Then the malfunctioning central purification filter starts sending in thick mists of the punishing virus instead of breathable air. It is no longer safe to hide underground. The old woman who helped Cal return to the surface, but then returns to where they were half an hour later. All I saw out there was a red tide. They're all like mud scattered everywhere on the surface. Some were even buried in pits. She points at her leg. The part of her body below the ankles, covered in red tide, has started to fester. The pits are even deeper further out. We're trapped here. She sighs and sits on the stretcher. She can't move her attention away from Callie. Old man, try to rest. Ouch. I know I'm hurting you. I stepped into the red tide just to find you a path forward. My legs are festering now. I'm afraid my time is coming soon. Oh no. Rest now. When you wake up, the pain will have gone away. Trembling, Callie nods and lies on the empty stretcher. 11 a.m. It's been 5 hours after the main troop evacuated. Judging by how fast they traveled last time, they have to be well on their way back. At the thought of this, Stanley smiles. He raises his hand and rubs Match's head in an attempt to keep hunger at bay by feeling its soft touch. The old woman sitting not very far away lifts up her hands and reveals a pair of legs that have been completely corroded by the punishing virus. Before Liv leaves, she leaves behind 2 serums and a can from her scarce resources. The 3 struggle to decide how to distribute these supplies, and eventually give the can to Sally and let the old couple have the serums. But Stanley doesn't open the can immediately. He plans to save this precious supply until the very last. Now the supplies have been distributed, the boy leaves the 2 elders and goes into the next room, next door for some sleep. As Callie falls asleep, the woman still has her eyes open, seeming to be reminiscing something. 4 p.m. It has been 10 hours after the main troop evacuated. Even dressed in the protective suit, Stanley can still feel the open wounds on her legs festering very quickly. He doesn't know where to find the device to assess the concentration of the punching virus, but judging by the violence coming out of his wounds, he roughly come up with an estimate. How much longer will they take? Judging by their speed last time, they should have returned by now. So far, they have heard nothing. Perhaps they are traveling slower this time because there are more people. Stanley tries to calm himself. The people in City 44. Before they left on foot, Stanley heard Liv mention City 44 also malfunctioned. He believes Liv and Creative will repair their central purification filter, and he also believes what she said, that by finding a safety room, they can stay away from the red tide. But he's not sure whether he can find such a safety route himself. Is the punishing virus in City 45 ostensibly is here? He keeps thinking about these two questions, but so far he can only find a negative answer to them both. Her legs ache as time goes by. He has to rip and pull the sheet and pillow to distract himself from the pain. Where it matches, it keeps sticking inside his hand, which gives him firmly the pillow. It should have brought Stanley peace of mind, but the same trick does not work so well this time. Nevertheless, he tries his best to raise his trembling hand and take matches into his arms. I'm glad you're okay. How I wish humans were just like animals. You carry the punishing virus, but you're not affected by it. It's okay. I'm sure I'll get better. They've said so herself she will return. Tears streamed down Stanley's face and dropped at his head. The tears stopped rolling down from here. Instead, the dog first sucks the tears dry. It's as if the dog stops the pain. We get better. He struggles with a smile on his face and takes out the pen and paper that the boy gave him. If I could realize my wishes, I want to leave this place and find freedom. Though it end up in vain, he dares to dream all the same. In the corner of this paper, make wishes come true. He draws a pair of simple wings. Take me to the sky, across and beyond the red tide. Like a drowning person holding onto his life-saving straw, it thickens the lines of that pair of wings. Together, with my matches, away from this place, to somewhere we belong. However, tormented by hunger, agony, and the punishing virus, he struggles to see the wings clear no matter how hard he thickens those lines. In a trance, Sam nods a series of crimson pearls drop on the pair of wings and blossom like a flower of despair. It's bud. 9 p.m. After nightfall, the surface, now painted in red, is as dark and sad as the basement. After 15 hours of waiting, there is no news bringing hope from the outside gate of this conservation area. Callie awakes several hours later in a daze. He approaches his partner and taps on her shoulder, but realizes she is as cold as ice. Oh no. Lena. He struggles to pronounce her name, but this ice-cold body will no longer respond to his call. Time is always one step ahead. I couldn't even say goodbye before she went gently into that good night. In the dim light, the old man caresses her wrinkled skin and the festering wounds as if he is calling back his memories. And trying to recall Lena, he remembers. They spent a long time together. Illness and aging took away many of his memories, but the remaining ones are all whispering the same. Lena. With tears in his eyes, he looks at the woman named Lena and holds her cold hands with his rough ones before leaning against her. Wait for me. We'll go back home together. This is really touching. Hunger, cancer, infection, aging. With these as the tickets to heaven, he will surely follow in her wife's footsteps very soon. 6 a.m. The cozy breeze travels across this land, ravaged by disasters as the light of dawn shines. But this beautiful view does not bode well for the boy who suffers from his festering wounds. The only thing keeping the pain at bay for him is the night when he is asleep. It has been 24 hours since the main ship evacuated. The hopeless people waiting in this basement still receive no news from the outside world. What could have happened to them? Or have they decided to abandon us? For the next few hours, he tries to fall asleep again many times, but time and time again he is awakened by pain or hunger. He struggles to get out of bed, but realizes he's too weak to do so. Many people left with him. It would be bad if anything happened to them. But I think I'm okay with that. After all, I never enjoy living. Do you even realize what you just said? The translate recalls what Liv once asked him. But the memory is soaked in the sea of nothing and the heart to reflect. He only remembers that before this everlasting desperate night arrived, he thought he was not afraid of illness or death because of the pain he had suffered. What did I just say? Struggling to recollect a fragmented piece of his memories, the boy curbs his body, finding it hard to resist the insurmountable pain. The festering wounds torment both his body and his soul. Yes, I know, Zella. This thing is a really great pain to like read. I'm actually feeling it already. It's sad. I'm just holding it in. If life is okay, frick. But what if he could break free from the suffering and live somewhere peacefully without pain? That's impossible. He tries to convince himself, but deep down, he still wants to give it a try. When all hope's lost, Stanley hears a sound coming from the gate of his basement. It seems someone is approaching. You're back. After hours waiting, this glimpse of hope is like the injection of adrenaline, giving him enough power to fight off the physical pain and fatigue that snuggled Santa. Excelynne having staggers to find the old couple sleeping next door. Callie, they're back. Callie? Suddenly, the old couple not moving. Confused, he takes 2 steps forward and tries to tap on his shoulder, but realizes his face is pale white. He tries to resist it, but just like how an adult would do, but realizes their bodies have long grown old and stiff. He slightly lifts up their clothes and see their skins have turned into festered red tide, just like the wounds on his body. As in they are. It's okay. Even if we are the only ones left, we'll make it out of this place. His clothes are struck in this sticky coagulated purulence and blood. The slightest pull of the clothes brings him indescribable pain. But to find hope that lies beyond the sealed gate, he holds his cane firmly and heads for the outside world. With a deep loud noise, the sealed gate opens. The morning breeze carries out a stench that floods the basement, heralding how he will find no salvation in the outside world. What was that sound he heard? And where did it come from? Was it wind ruins making noises? Or was his mind playing tricks on him? Where are you? Must be on the street, he cries. The shout echoes through the wasteland of the observation area. Eventually, only wind answers his call. Must be still near, right? The others are not back yet, but it just might be a scavenger who accidentally trespassed this area. The boy does not want to give up hope. He takes a step forward and leaves the people sleeping forever in that basement as he starts climbing and searching. Wow. 10 a.m. He leaves the basement and searches the entire conservation area. But even now that he has reached the top of this building, there's not a single soul in sight. It's been 28 hours since the main troop left. No one's coming back. Everyone's dead. Oh no. Having lost all hope, he lies prone on top of the building. He looks down at the central cauldron. He wants to cry, but there are no tears left to be shed. Take me away from this place, please. To search in this building that isn't very spacious, he has spent 4 hours moving around. With every step he takes, the wounds pain him. He has run out of stamina. There's no way he can return the way he came. For more than a month, he and Matches have never had a proper meal. It is not just him. Even Matches has run out of strength and lies flat on the floor. To most scavengers, 20 hours is nothing but time that passes in the twinkling of an eye. It was like that to Sally once. but having tormented by a month of hunger and illness, 24 hours of suffering, and 4 hours of seeking are enough to nearly kill him. The boy is on the verge of death. Silent, he looks at the cannon's hand, and that is hope. Will things start getting better if Madison eats now? The answer to that is no. A half-full can will not bring back strength or heal his wound, but the fact will not change. He is trapped on top of the building in the conservation area, and there's no way he can walk all the way back. Before long, he'll be affected by the punishing virus. His body will fester and will make his end here. To him, eating is pointless now. He might as well save it for another creature that needs it more. The boy has made up his mind. He opens a can and places it in front of Matches. Come, you can have it. Watching as Matches chows down the food, he finds a smile on his face. Why is he smiling? He thinks to himself. Is it because the situation has improved? Or, of course not. This boy is smiling because he sees Matches happy. That alone brings peace to his mind. Sorry I couldn't find any supplies to feed you sooner. He looks up to the sky through the pair of wings he threw on the paper. Some memories previously blurred to him are becoming clearer. I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. If I ever run out of Matches, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. I remember now. I remember what I told Lev. Putting the paper back into his pocket, he grasped the delusional fantasy. Matches, I'm happy I still have a can left for you. So, yes, no regrets. He assigned the boy nearing his death grow a pair of wings on his back. I'm leaving this place to soar in the sky. Sorry, I can't take you with me. Will you hate me for that? You don't answer me. I'll take that as a no. Forgive me. Sorry. Struggles to stand up and slowly moves close to the edge of the building. Do you think they're ever coming back? I hope they do, but at the same time, I fear they might run into the red tide that surrounds this conservation area. With its every movement, those faster wounds being pulled and torn bring inseparable pain, but he doesn't stop. If they do return and realize there's no one left here, will they be sad? I guess I won't live long enough to find out. Shakes his head to shake off the meaningless thoughts. But still, he decides to leave a message on the back of the paper. I don't know if I'm writing it right. If only I had more time to learn. With a slow regret, he puts his paper scribbled with a barely intelligible message into the cleanest pocket of his shirt. I'm leaving now, Matches. Stay strong and live, even if you have to eat my body to survive. Do it. This is all I can do for you. He spreads his wings in his mind and like a bird longing for food, he embraces the sky and looks up to chase the sunlight. I'm sorry. See you in the next life. It is suspected a pair of spiritual wings cannot take flight. Quickly falls to the ground and hits a pile of empty boxes. But if it's a scripted story, this pain would have stopped right there and then. But reality doesn't have such mercy on him. But wait, there's more? Yeah, there's more. I thought it was like the end. The piece of scraps in those boxes have delayed his death. Grim Reaper didn't collect to his conscious soul and take away his pain as quick as he thought. He tries to move his body, but it is no longer in control. No, all he can do is wait and see how things unfold. The first thing he notices is the sound of the flowing with liquid. Unlike the sound of raindrops falling on the ground, it's more like when you break a bottle and the milk inside starts leaking out. Dang! If there isn't much difference, you can still tell the liquid is thicker than water. It's most likely his blood. Later on, numbness and pain start seeping through his limbs and eating away his consciousness. When the feeling of pain fills his limbs, Stanley finally realizes he no longer has enough strength to shout. Death has never been such a number of or a name on the list of victims. It is a body that carries the weight of both the past and future, experiencing unmanageable pain as the mind gets ground to dust. The agony of fractured limbs becomes almost eternal. Each drop of blood takes years to fall onto the ground. It hurts. His voice is muffled by the blood as it turns into bubbling noises. His heart is ravaged by pain. Had he known this would be so tormenting, he still chose to take his own life this way. Death has never been this easy. It is never a simpler way out. Do I regret this? For this day, he had witnessed many people's death. Many refugees would tell themselves the worst that can happen is death. He remembers when he passed by the conservation area, a conservation worker wearing glasses mentioned a term: sustained suicide fantasy. He said the thought might look pessimistic and negative, but it could help people find a way out, and in that process, also find a little bit of courage to carry on. Except that it isn't really a way out. Once you step into it, things become a downward spiral. The boy is being tormented by extreme pain that continues to attack his mind and soul. His throat cannot shout, so instead his heart bleeds and wails and screams for him. As it happens, a question to himself becomes clearer. Will death really free me? No. An old man once told him that freedom was the ability to run free even when you were burdened with shackles. If a man gives up life to chase freedom, he is but a slave of his desire, forced to give up on himself. Every inch of his body is in pain and protesting his fullest decision. The antagonist is pulling at his mind, begging him to stand up and save himself. So, did all this happen because he made the wrong choice? No. He struggles and utters the same answer he had given to so many questions. From this very beginning, he thought about possibility. The main troop might not return. But even so, Stanley does not regret giving another person a chance to evacuate. My regret is that since he was born, he has suffered much pain and failed many people. All of it makes an idea very clear. If he had a choice, he'd wish to be born into this world. This regret planted a seed in his mind that has been growing ever since, which is why he has always put up others before himself. But no matter how much he regrets his life, he cannot deny his existence, so this child, who resents and despises his life so much, knowing that death is a way out and that there is a heavy price to pay, has no choice but to face this tragic ending all the same. People who have not experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. This child, and time again, has always wanted to prove somehow that he doesn't always have to be left behind. Now that he has felt the pain and loneliness of pain, he finally understands what the value of life, and he is more certain than ever that he has no regrets. This is all I ever wish for, suffering the pain that is tearing him apart. The boy finds his answer and starts praying, and when all the blood has escaped, the body becomes frozen in time. Though it was only for a brief moment, Stanley felt it strongly. His soul went through the ground and learned how to fly. Dang. But there's no would have within reach. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh, Liv actually came back. Oh my god. 207. She was it has been 32 hours since she left the conservation area of City 43. The girl finally makes it back to this place, her leg fractured and broken. Liv wants to speak, but her words are lost before she can reach her trembling lips. Her leg is in pain, but compared to that, what she feels in her chest is even worse. It is like something got stuck there and is pulling at her pain nerves. No matter how many times she checked, the result is the same. The boy in front of her has grown cold and lifeless. Sunlight at noon is warm, a gentle breeze echoes through the central courtyard, and the empty halls like a playful child. The exit to freedom is so close yet so far, to reach for those trapped there. I think I'm getting sniffles. The sorrow and sadness she tried so hard to bury inside her heart over these past few days are too much to bear. She can no longer hold in. Her mind crumbles, letting out all her most emotional feelings. She hates herself. The skinny boarder calmly circles around his dead master, licking the blood that has run dry and turned back. The wounds will never heal again. Turns around and touches Liv's hand with his nose, telling her to use her bandage. The girl dressed in a white suit looks down at the item in her hand. It is a gift that comes from her perilous journey over the past 31 hours. Back then, there was still hope. Making through the countless collapsed buildings lying in rubble while surrounded by the corrupt and the terror creatures, the two overloaded ambulances drove for 13 hours before they reached the conservation area of City 46. Just as Lucem predicted, the armed scavengers living in this place are not at all friendly. After some exchanges using violent force and firepower, their leader finally agreed to have a friendly conversation with the constructs. Get out of here. Constructs are not welcome here. This conservation area is our promised land. We kept our side of the bargain and rebuilt it. But Babylon took the liberty and gave it to someone else. Now that we have finally claimed that it's rightfully ours, you filthy dogs still refuse to let us be. No, we just wanted to find shelter for the wounded people in these cars. I'm sick and tired of your excuses. They told us the last time they had to prioritize those in need due to limited resources. And guess what happened? We were driven away and forced to rebuild another place. No, that's not what we want. We were indeed under attack by a barrage of terror creatures. We will never take advantage of your space. Please listen to this and give us a chance. He tries to explain the many benefits if everyone helps each other, but the scavengers won't listen to reason. In the end, what makes them compromise is the terror creature disaster that took place in City 43. In exchange, all the constructs but the Ravens must remain there to stand guard and protect City 46 from the potential threat of more terror creatures. Since the threat is real, I will insist no longer. I believe we can survive longer, but when things get out of hand, we'll have to save our own skin first. Bring your casualties inside, and don't forget your promises. That's true, I never go back on my words. After helping the casualties and refugees settle down and handing over their duties in the conservation area of City 46 to the other guards, Grievin returns once again to City 43. After the problems are resolved, Grievin returns once again to City 43. But what awaits them isn't the flat wasteland they used to see in the outskirts of the area of City 43. Instead, they see despair in crimson color. This time, the red tide isn't as overwhelming as the one they encountered in City 75, but it is more than enough to submerge the outskirts of City 43. Thankfully, the conservation area is located on the high ground and safe from the threat for now. We don't have enough protective measures. We must proceed with caution. Today, I know an underground tunnel. It was a metro system abandoned halfway through its development. Many corrupted workers still remain there. This can be dangerous and we'll have to take a detour. But it is absolutely doable. We'll make it there in time. If nothing went wrong, they would have safely made it through the red tide and went back to conservation in 3 hours. But there is no would have. Without the command access, they have no way of knowing in which city the twins are. And when they appear with the within tightening range of live sensors. Grey Raven realizes the incarnation of despair and catastrophe has already made it across City Fortitude and arrived at this very place. They want to cross the red tide, and they are approaching the conservation area. Lynne, Sally, and Matches are still there in the conservation area. We have to stop them. We cannot directly make it through the red tide. But if we take a detour, it will be too late. Let's draw their attention. That is the only way to stop them from getting inside the conservation area. Alright. 3.8 kilometers away for several times. But the distance proves to be a problem as those shots fail to land on their targets. Only Sniper once you were here. Wait a minute, I think they're turning around and are heading of us. Have we been spotted? They're indeed approaching us. Perhaps they heard our voices. Another possibility is those creatures have learned, or should I say stolen, the movement technology from a certain construct. In any case, we have managed to draw our target's attention. Let's split up and retreat. Must not engage in the fight. You go that we live, I'll carry you. Two of them immediately jump off the car and run up in a different direction. Under the cover of the night, the twins seem to have noticed this trick and stop for a few seconds to rethink their next move. Then, they imitate Grey Raven's tactic. The male twins turns chastely as the female closely behind Liv and Lucia. The pursuit continues for hours. They hunt Grey Raven with such ease that it is more like they're playing with their prey. Can't shake them off. I think they're going at full speed. Stick to speed. See what's your status? See what's yours? It is still on my tail. But they managed to distract the twins from the conservation area. They're also trapping themselves in a tricky situation at the time. Just when three of them are exhausted, desperate, and about to give up, they receive a call from Babylonia HQ. Seizing their one chance to shake off the twins, the members of Grey Raven agreed to participate in the first testing program of the Omega prototype. Starting from here, they are caught in a fierce fight where bullets fly and blades clash. Huh. Three of them suffer different levels of injuries. Liv Slug, previously bandaged and supported by splint fractures completely. She can barely move without Lucia helping her. And when they finally return, it is all too late. The three of them split up to search the survivors in City 43, but Vanessa and Bambina are nowhere to be found. Tired and winded, Liv trudges back to the conservation area and only find three people who stayed behind and passed away. All of deaths that Liv witnessed before didn't make her indifferent nor cold-hearted. She regrets her inability to save lives. Only had the ability to change all this, or had I been able to take them with us. We need to save Callie, Luna, Stanley, Vanessa, Bambina, all of them. There is no would have. Ah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a rough guess here. So this Omega prototype, let me guess, they're gonna put that in Liv's new frame. I'm just making a hard guess. Meanwhile, the researchers and decision makers in Babylon are waiting anxiously, trying to know if their hope has borne any fruits. The mission is complete. Glad we made it. Seems Grey Raven has enough strength to handle the twins. No, if they had enough strength, they wouldn't be driven to the corner. Besides, now that is rare. Had we given Grey Raven more time to prepare, they would have done better. And the result would also have been better. But there's no would have. Devastated by the disaster and hunted by our enemies, neither the victims nor our Grey Raven had time to react, and those maniacs wouldn't even wait either. Show me the records. Nicola takes the terminal from Celica. Together, two of them look at this data, their eyebrows furrowed. In the footage, Grey Raven barely managed to complete the rescue mission at the crash site and throw the Omega prototype at the male twin. Coming to contact with the cube, his skin started to fester, melt, and peel off. like a human. He wailed and watched the skin fell to the ground. That's all the damage we can do. But it seems this punching virus was absorbed. Recycle the weapon. We'll do another test round on the female twin. Okay. After an ugly fight, they finally landed the Omega prototype on the female twin as well. The same festering process occurred, this time eating away her hands and chest. Not only that, the festering wounds caused by this weapon didn't heal shortly afterward. We have the data we needed. The 2 tests show pretty much the same result. Our mission's done. Fall back. She turns around, only to find Liv's leg is broken. Liv, we gotta get out of here. She grabs Liv by her hand and uses the thruster to take flight, quickly pulling away from those 2 extremely dangerous threats. Twins learn and adapt very fast, but they are not smart enough to see through the tricks of our Omega weapon yet. Record data shows that the twins watched as Liv and the others left. They were looking at each other's wounds and making twisted, horrifying sounds. Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving you here. And who are they imitating this time? After the 2 went out of sight, the twins finally started to disturb the Omega prototype dropped on the ground. They no longer made physical contact. Instead, they found tools from their surroundings and used them to touch the cube in front of them. Before long, this Omega prototype has sent once Cold Hope stopped functioning because it was both overloaded and ravaged by the stones. The record stopped here. Are they still following Grey Raven? No, Asimov believes that they are now aware of the Omega prototype, which is why they have also given up on pursuing the Grey Raven. But I don't think they... No, it's nothing. He was right. This experiment did help Grey Raven get out of the dangerous situation. What happened to our team that helped deliver the Omega prototype? The Grey Raven tried to save them. 4 survived, 6 died. And they only managed to retrieve 1 supply box. With these ugly numbers, the 2 know this isn't a fair deal. They sacrificed more than what they could rescue. But they didn't send down this cube, this Omega prototype, just to rescue people. Sacrifices are inevitable. Had we faltered, we would have suffered heavier losses. Have we delivered the data and records to Asimov? Yes, he confirmed it. Our Omega prototype does have the power to absorb the punishing virus and actually hurt the twins. Hassan feels relieved. And we're back with matches. Husband Liv's about to fall down deeper into a vortex of regrets. A loud breaking sound interrupts her thoughts. Upon hearing his name, the border collie sits next to Liv like a good boy. No one left. Should she take him with her? The people are biased. They don't like matches. Maybe she should let him go for his own good. But he might not live safely out here. The enemies wandering in the outside world might attack matches, including those humans. Liv does not know what to do, but then she noticed something white in the boy's breast pocket. What's this? Her trembling hand takes a note stained with blood from the breast pocket. She opens the note and sees a pair of wings. Oh, okay. I think she got the inspiration on that one. The lines are thick as if they are going to penetrate this paper. Her fingers move along the pencil lines and flip the paper over, and she finds out the scribble mesh left by the boy. I'm worried about Madge. If by the time you return, Madge is still here, please take him with you. I don't regret leaving the vehicle. I wanted to help him. If you see me like this, please don't be sad. The fact that you kept your promise and returned this makes me happy. Thank you. I'm afraid I must go now. I'm speechless. Like, I'm already nearly at the last part. Dang. And this is like the first part of the surviving Lucem. Holy crap. Okay. We'll just have to power through. Third, giving. It is life that gives unto life. It's a full story. It's actually something. Liv probably embraced Lindsay, Callie, Lynne, and Stanley. Then she takes matches and leaves Conservation Area 43. Along the journey, she remains silent. The voice of self-doubts overwhelm her mind. It isn't until she meets up with her companions that she finally picks herself up. Upon returning to the Conservation Area 46, Liv gives the bloodstained note back to its owner. The boy has found his brother among the armed refugees. Holding the note in his arms, he starts crying. But just as she expected, the people are hostile against the border collie. They want Liv to take him outside. Will I truly be able to change all this? But it is Matches and Stanley or the other memories buried deeper in her mind. The lives she couldn't save are like the sand in the hourglass, falling down to the bottom as every second passes. Even when she does catch a grain of sand, it will eventually meet the same tragic fate. Just like Matches. Just like how Stanley didn't want Fantine to have a child. No one can change this world. Even survival is just extending the pain. Couldn't even help command it. Thought of the unconscious command, Liv starts to get overwhelmed by grief and despair. Excelynne never thinks so. That means the mistake they made in pulling a forest park ruins cost the command's life. I'm sorry. Your apology and guilt can no longer reach the human. What would the command would have told her? A long time ago. She too apologized for inability back then. It is meaningful. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. It is only meaningless if you give up. Upon recalling these familiar voice, Liv feels much more at ease and calm. I must not give up yet. I have to push it a little further. She nods herself, trying to recollect the strength to fight and help. But before Liv can shake off the negative thoughts, she hears a commotion from outside. It's Johnny and the others. Armed refugee holds a bloodstained cloth in his hand, struggling to catch his breath. Died before he could finish the sentence. I didn't even know where they are. Liv. Mission wants to remind Liv, but realized that she has already started the search. This is bad. There are only a few targets in the search area, and they are all severely infected by the punishing virus. So they're all corrupted. They might not be within the search range. Perhaps the risky scenario becomes her mind, but she does not want to say that loud. When they lived, about 10 hours ago, shortly after we left, they took Fantine and drove her car to go outside. And why did they bring Fantine along? Said she had been pregnant for 39 weeks and had to find supplies to get prepared for the delivery. I tried to stop her, but she said the others didn't know what supplies she needed, so she had to be there for herself. That's been 10 hours. I wonder if we can find him before we speed up the search. There's no need to waste your strength. They brought a pregnant woman with them. Daddy said something happened to Johnny and died in front of him. The only person still MIA instead of KI is that woman. We should go Liv. I just want to come on? Yes, take this dog with you. We wouldn't just waste our food anyway. Wouldn't if we didn't turn him into food first. That was sad, Liv. Vera told me border collies are very clever. He just might help us find our target. Yeah, smart Vera. She knows Liv is still blaming herself for what happened. Before Liv gets overwhelmed by grief again, she quickly brings our attention back to the task at hand. Do you know where we can find the Fantine's luggage? I want to let Matches sniff it and remember her smell. Yes, I'll bring her right away. Let's wind up time back to 10 hours ago. Yuri even hasn't returned to Conservation Area 46 to search for supplies and get prepared for their delivery. Fantine gives a heads up to the constructs stationed in this conservation area and leaves with Johnny and the others. After finding her companions, she manages to collect all the required supplies earlier than she expects. Being pregnant, she cannot move around too much. So she sits on the bench in the mall square, waiting. Looking at the setting sun, she rubs her hand against the body she just found and checks the supplies she needs when she delivers a child. Everything's fine. Then she looks up into the distance and think about the future of her child as she waits for parents to return. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring into this world. She thinks about the harsh, cruel world and ponders the question. If you could answer the question for me, my child, that would be nice. Before meeting Stanley, someone had asked her the same question back then. She didn't hesitate to give a positive answer. Fenton grew up in an environment where she was constantly hungry and on the run. But even so, she couldn't consider herself a happy-lucky girl. She was loved by her family and her husband, and she wanted to share that feeling with her child. The two of them had planned out a future for their baby and worked very hard to make it happen. She remembers how she and her husband were crying tears of joy when they heard the news that she could stay in the conservation area. But everything came crumbling down after the disaster in the Colony of Forest Park ruins. Those who once loved her so much are now nothing but memories of the past. If things get worse, she won't even be able to protect herself, let alone her child. Is it really a good idea to bring a child into this world? She has lost count of how many times she has pondered this question after the conversation with Stanley. Everyone's gone. There's no home for me to go back to. If I lose this child as well... Tears starts to roll in her eyes as Fantine thinks about the possibility that she has to live her life alone. Love goes both ways. She wants to love her child and be loved back. So I'm doing this for my own good. Selfish to bring a new life in this cruel world, just to not feel lonely and feel loved. That is not fair for this child. But how can we know for sure that this child will hate this world? Short and eventful as it is, her 27 years of life are beautiful thanks to her loved ones and especially her parents. No one knows what the future holds. So who should make this decision? Fantine is thinking. A somewhat familiar voice comes from the corner of the alley. Run now. She looks towards where the raspy voice comes from, staggering a Terrasipian. Fantine, run now. What's the Terrasipian here? Why does it speak like a human? But Fantine has no time to think. Fortunately, its sound has caught Fantine's attention and she runs away before it's too late. Help. She has read a lot of books and knows that running at 39 weeks of pregnancy could lead to early labor. She's not ready for seeing the baby yet, but at the moment, she has no choice but to run as fast as she can while holding her belly. Oh, please give me a little more time. Being gradually increasing, Fantine sprints with all her might toward this familiar street ahead. This is scary. Terrasipian we just defeated just now had the same sound as Johnny. We're too late. Notice from Fantinia. Let's keep searching. Wait, so the entire convoy where Fantine was, I think they're dead. How long was she running? How long did she pass out? 10 hours or more? Fantine has no idea. All she knows is that the moon has risen and the sun has set, concealing the bloodstains on the road. The child in her arms. You should have been born in a clean room, step into this world unprepared and land in the mud. Oh no. Hello there, little one. It's a girl. Warm blood keeps flowing out from her body and she feels cold and colder from the loss of blood. She doesn't have to know what is going on, so she can tell. But sometimes at least, Fantine trembles as she picks up the baby covered in blood and swallows her in a soft blanket. Sorry, we have no choice. She struggles to reach out her hands to the most vulnerable part of the body. The baby's neck is so soft and so delicate. Strangle, and this little life was absolutely will have a quick and painless death. This little life will not have to wait in the long cold night, nor will she have to face her terrible unknown. But it shouldn't be like this. She knows that children come to this world through their parents, not from them. You can give love to a child, but not ideas. The parent is the bone, the child is the air of life. that comes up from the bowstring. This bow woman has long since understood her role, but still she is determined to destroy her arrow. I have to make this choice for you, sweetie. You hate mommy, right? Sorry. Is it because she regrets her decision back then? Does she regret meeting her husband and conceiving this little life? Would she have lived a safe life if she hadn't been pregnant? Maybe. But I wouldn't have been as happy as I am now. Are you really happy? The first answer that comes to Ventine's mind is neither yes nor no. Before she can say anything, her hands betray her in tremor and pat the baby head. As if knowing her mother's grief, the baby responds with loud cries announcing the arrival of a new life. I'm such a cowardly and selfish mother. Having you in this world is neither my happiness nor my torment, my longing. The nearer death draws, the more she cannot part with this little life. In the cold moonlight, Fantine huddles in despair and makes a prayer to a being she has never believed in before. Save this child, let her live. Please give her enough time to choose wisely. Afterward, as if to answer her prayers, a loud bark comes from a short distance away. A pink figure comes and takes the glimmer from Fantine's hands. She mean it! Fantine, it's gone. This was part of bleeding. Liv carries a lot of medical supplies with her. She had thought about this situation with blood loss, but she shouted in the crowd and no one answers. So she had to come on her own to help. I can't do a blood transfusion now. And even if I can stop the bleeding, thank you, Liv. Liv doesn't want to hear think in this situation. No, I haven't done anything yet. Then can I ask you for one thing? Take my baby away. Let her live. Please let her grow up and make sure she can think for herself and make her own decision. Liv looks at me in her arms once more. It's a miracle that this little girl is alive and kicking. Only after she is certain that her promise is not an empty one does Liv nod to Fantine. Thank you, Liv. Typing Vince, cyberly, a smile on her face. When she grows up, please tell her Mommy and Daddy brought her into this world because we thought this world as speed of us was turbulent. We would love to tell her about it ourselves, but we can't. We're useless. Sorry. So, the future, she tries her best to get what she wants, but still hates the world. Tell her to go find Mommy and Daddy. Fantine, life is not supposed to be a bunch, but a force for good. The choice is hers. One in Janine Cassette. What do you think? It is. It's a beautiful name. Good. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. I've been looking forward to seeing her. I will see her, but I won't be here for her anymore. Her smile does not fade with her life as she is still looking her last words to live. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. You also not regret dying. Why? The boy's answer was written on paper. He wanted to help others. The woman's answer is pronounced. She gave birth to a life she held dear. Birth always sniffers. There's the meaning of life and death here and makes a sad whimper. Both the boy and the woman, in their different situations and with their different beliefs, made the same choice to sacrifice themselves for the sake of another life. There was this boy who abhorred the future and despised the life he saved. There was also a woman who embraced the future and a much-loved life she gave birth to. However, the hope appeared. They both tried to stop the world from spiraling into calamity. At this point, Liv finally understands what conviction and expectation are all about. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. Yes, that's right. Life is so short, but that doesn't make it meaningless. Even every life leaves its unique mark on the world, passing itself onto the next life, embracing the death of oneself and the others is the true meaning of life. With thanks, death gives life from one being to another being, to birds, beasts, insects, and flowers. And those lives in turn will give their lives to others through death. Life breeds life. Without death, life will not continue. And here I live, it's holding tiny gazette matches life. Yes, death is not an eternal departure. They live on those people they cherish. Even if we may never see each other again, if it makes us feel sad and regretful, I will carry on despite the pain and never give up. Their source fended, live, feels nothing but resolve. I can make a difference. Whether it is human construct, animal or insect, it is the diversity of life that makes the world so beautiful. That's why Commandant said, even the smallest change can make a difference, although it may not seem so for the time being. I'll protect the hope that you gave your lives for. I won't let you down. I won't give up no matter how insignificant my contribution seems, just like I didn't give up until matches helped me find Fantine and Gazette. Every life and every little effort count. We can make it. Well, that was just the first part of, like, dang. I guess I'm gonna separate this into, like, different times. This is too much to bear. Holy crap. It's very dramatic. The story is really in depth. Like, whoa. I kind of felt that real hard. It was something. Wow. I still haven't used my serums yet. Might as well use them now. Might as well use them now. Oh wait, I forgot one thing. Just need one round in this one. So I'm just gonna do like small remaining daily missions I kind of forgot to do. Then we'll end the stream after this. There. Here we go.
大したことねえ。別に褒められるようなことじゃ。え？
Right, that's one down. Next. Oh, I can actually auto clear now. Finally. There we go. Right, next is... I still have like a bunch of serums here I can still consume. Might as well use all of them. So I can actually max out the Hikma. And I have like, a bunch of gifts I gotta use this as well. There. Right, let's continue again. This one, auto clear. Confirm. Again, auto clear. There. Right. I've used everything. Whoa. Wait, did I miss anything? Oh wait, it's here. Wait, so how many chapters is that? I'm already at chapter, well, node 12, actually. And this thing has like 28. I'm just nearly halfway. Dang. Nearly halfway throughout the entire chapter. Dang. Dang. Yes, I know. The grind is real. And the emotional roller coaster in that one. You know, like, well, I'm not sure what happened to Vanessa and her team, but most likely they're already dead. Most likely. As well, like the scouts here. Oh wait, where are they? Oh, I think they're still in mission. Okay, I'll just wait for them then. Yeah, there's a lot here. Okay. Next, this one. Okay, more credit, more black cards. I'm gonna need this for the next banner, I guess. Well, not really next banner, but next banner, because I've heard that what's her name again? Frick, I forgot her name. The one from the Purifying Force, the Abyss Stigma. Frick, wait, it's like a tip of my tongue already. I might actually recall. Yeah, Bianca. Yeah, so Bianca's Abyss Stigma form will be coming out to like next major month, I think. What is it, month? Yeah, next month. Probably around September, or wait. Yeah, probably September or October. Wait, is it October? I can't recall, but as long as I'm just gonna wait for her. I'm just gonna wait for her. The Abyss Stigma is actually pretty interesting to look at. And I just like her like twin tails. Like it's like her ears, so funny to look at. Yeah, she's so adorable. I just like her on the screen. Let's see. What else I haven't. Oh right. Let's see what I've gone for Heikma. I still need to get more Isabel stuff. Right. Isabel. So we need this one. It's second. Third. And we'll get this one. More memories. Like 67. I'm gonna use all of them. Probably seem cute, me like. Yeah, she has a soft heart. She kind of looks tough, but she is pretty cute. Like, Cinderella kind of thing. You know. And look at those ears. It's so cute. Anyway, Heikman. Okay, let's slap in your new stuff here. Let's see if I can train this. There we go. Okay, that's one maxed out. I don't think I can max the other one. Yep, I can't. I'm just gonna wait for it. And as for the R&D, I actually want to roll for a weapon though. And there's also this one. It's 21 rolls already. 0, 0, 0, 1, 20 base. I just realized I'm already 43 in this one. Might as well roll for this. Yeah, you know what? You know what? Let's do it. I'm just gonna roll for this girl. like already. Let's see what we get. Yeah, it's purple. Cog pack. Okay. What else? Can roll a weapon, which is purely random. Okay, that's fine. I don't care what weapon it is. Might as well sell it for scrap or something. Wow. It actually gave me a Lib's weapon. Right. What else? I mean, I can roll for this. She only needs like 10 pulse. Should I go for her? Or should I go for... I just want to try her as well. I didn't have any powerful physical characters, which she apparently excels on. Or this one. This one looks cute. Windhopper. Jet Jaeger. Boreas Neuter. Frost Oath. I feel like I'm gonna try and get Moonhopper. I'm thinking right now. Should I try to roll for Moonhopper's save for the I still don't have a really high ranking CUB. I only have this though. I have a horse, a deer, and a monkey-looking demon. Yeah, maybe I can roll for a weapon. Illuminari. Should I not? Yeah, I'll just roll one. Let's see. Let's see what we get. Wish. It's purple. Moon Bunny could be good. Rifled gun. Let's carry Ninus. Oh well. I tried. Well, there are other weapons here too, but... Speaking of fated construct... Anniversary... Right! I can actually get one of these characters. I should think of getting Alpha because I didn't have any attack constructs just yet that are physical. But I can also get him too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get him. Because I have his like rank S weapon. I have his rank S weapon. Maybe I can roll for him. How lucky will I be? Will I be though if I'm gonna try and pull for him? And how long do I have? I only have like 9 days left to roll for him, and I have the entire month to roll for another, like for saving for the next one. So, yeah, may I be lucky in this one. You know what? Let's do this. I just hope I will get him because it will be a waste for my rank S tool in my inventory not being used. And we have purple. Capriccio. Yes, I like Selena. I like Selena. Sure. Overclock core. Well, that's that. There goes my roll. Oh wow. I'll still have my Sealy Sieges here. I can still go. You know what? Let's do this. I need to do this first. So wait, who's leading? Oh, it's Adio. Raiden too. Yuan. Wow, 194 mechanic. Dang. Look at that. actually. I actually want to join. I actually want to join. I actually want to join the competition. How much? 171. Okay. I'm gonna try. Let's go. Now, which one to bring? So I have like. I have her.
Lucem.
This guy.
僕を選ん
Yes, hello Neko. It's been a while. How are you doing? There's a tank. Then there's a. I can go this one.
指揮官殿の
All party physical damage by 5, elemental by 5. Passive critical damage of all party members is by 10%. Yeah, I guess this is fine. I'll start with... Actually, I don't care who I'll start with. Right. Let's make the finale for this stream. Let's go.
僕が計算した諦めた方が賢明です。
呼んだか
やるな。
了解です。邪魔するな。
ご命令。
邪魔するな。クズめ、死ね。滅びなさい。主は許しません。懺悔しなさい。この夜、あなたに憐れみです。
僕が計算したが諦めた方が賢明です。
了解です。
僕が計算した弾道、それは隠れているつもりで諦めた方が賢明。
呼んだか
あなたたちの結末はただ一つです。
クズめ、死ね。地獄に落ちろ。
ご命令。
邪魔するな。塵となって消え失せろ。滅びなさい。懺悔しなさい。主は許しません。この夜、あなたへの憐れみです。懺悔しなさい。呼んだか
それは隠れているつもりですか。
了解です。
やるな。
地獄に落ちろ。邪魔する。塵となって消え失せろ。
There we go. I wonder how much damage I've done on this one.
なあ、早く言えよ。
Ow. I couldn't beat the high score. Oh well. Next. Actually, I'll reserve this for the last one. I'm curious, like 194. I'm gonna challenge this. I'm curious. Okay, no wonder. I'm using Pulao. Okay, which one's better? My Pulao or... Yeah, my Pulao is probably better. Use this girl. Use this girl. Yeah, this'll do. This will do. You again. I'll wipe that smug right off your face.
これが旧刃の上で舞い上がる。ロンドの時間です。たかがこの程度。慈悲は義務のように強制して一層突きやり。アリアの時間、私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。オーバーキュアを始めましょう。おかいなさい。歴史の中に消えてしまいなさい。これが九竜の意志。刃の上で舞い上がる。やり。九竜ホロー、ここにあり。この力で打ち破ります。手加減はなしです。重楽一斉。力発戦記。
慈悲は私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
一掃してやりましょう。
私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
急流フォロー手加減はなしです。この力で打ち破ります。
一掃してやりましょう。崩壊なさい。歴史の中に消えてしまいなさい。崩壊なさい。
アダージュアリアの時間です。私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。慈悲は義務。オーバーシュは私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
むやみにもがく崩壊なさい。
急流フォローここにあり。悪
I'm
党
not sure
邪
how
道
much damage I've dealt.
第三。
Let's see. I just keep on hitting. Wow. That sucks. Could have been better. I could have been better. Right, last one. Which one? I have her.
あなた
I have this girl.
一番
They're all physical. Home? Or Kamui? It's all about the damage. Might as well go Chrome.
この前話し合った戦術を実行する時ですよ。指揮官。
Oh, armor frames by 10%. Nice damage. Nah, it's fine. I'll manage. Yesterday's Sakura so my alpha over 7 kbp. Good job.
遅い。深淵に飲み込まれろ。弱い。
勝たなければ無意味です。予想通りの落ち着いて考えましょう。
私は進行するためのやり防御できるとでも思っている。私についてこれる。貫け錠剤の槍。私についてこれる。これくらいの痛みなら平気。遅い。
指揮見つけましたよ。
深淵の豪華で全て終わらせたい。
40 seconds. Do this.
深淵
指揮見つけましたよ。
できると誰でもいいからかかってきなさい。
There.
勝たなければ無意味です。予想通りの攻撃ですね。この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。私の視界の外へ行かないでください。
私を見た者は深淵に飲み込まれろ。
貫け錠剤の槍。
70% and more damage with Switch Alpha. We'll see.
防御誰でもいいからこれくらいの痛みなら平気。
指揮見つけましたよ。
私を見た者は弱い。
Oh well.
私の力はどう？存分に楽しん
I
で。
don't know. I think he did pretty well. I think. Yeah, 194,000. Okay. Not really the best, but. How do you
僕
switch
を
to
選
this
んだの
one?
は正しい判断です。
Start with reset as in alpha. I mean, I guess. I could. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this steam combo. It's remove Chrome. See how that works.
Osoi. 深淵に飲み込まれろ。貫け。
僕が計算したそれは隠れているつもりですか。諦めた方が賢明です。やるな。ご命令を。
目標補足。私を見た者は深淵に飲み込まれろ。深淵に飲み込まれろ。深淵の豪華で全て終わらせてあげる。私は進行するための槍となる防御できるとでも思っている。貫け。錠剤の槍。
Come on.
誰でもこれくらいの痛みなら
Ah, frick.
ご命令を。
私について貫け。錠剤の槍。
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。やるな。
深淵に飲み込まれろ。
ご命令を。
Where is she? Come on. Yeah, it looks like I won't make it. I think this one's slower.
進行するための槍となる。
Yeah, I think this one's slower. Kind of messed that one up.
私たちはいつか
Oops.
全ての障害を取り除く。
Yeah, I kind of messed that one. Let me try that again. I messed my combo. I keep getting, like, knocked up. Oh no.
遅い。
Oh, wait. Okay, I'll put the other.
ご命令を。
Oh no. Wait, let me try again. Let me try again. I'm trying to time her ability.
深淵に飲み込まれろ。
ご命令を。
弱い。私についてくれる。これくらいの痛みなら平気。
それは隠れているつもりで諦めた方が賢明。
貫け。
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる者などいません。
遅い。深淵に飲み込まれろ。深淵の豪華で全て終わらせてあげる。
There.
深淵に飲み込まれろ。遅い。私についてくれる。防御できると私について貫け。錠剤の槍。
30 seconds. Can I do this?
私を見た者は深淵に飲み込まれろ。深淵に飲み込まれろ。弱い。深淵の豪華で全て終わらせてあげる。
Come on.
僕が計算した弾道から逃げられる。
目標補足。私は進防御できるとでも思っている。誰でもいいからかかってきなさい。貫け。錠剤の槍。私を見た者は遅い。深淵に飲み込まれろ。
I think this one's higher. I
私
think.
の力はどう？
Is it higher?
存分に楽しんで。
Let's see. Nope, it's not higher. I lack damage. Oh no. That was slower than usual. Dang. Oh well, at least I got what I need. It's all good. Hey. And co-op, I don't have any things here anymore. So, what else? This one, claim. Yeah. Oh wait, there's actually more. There we go. Memory shards. And some cog, and yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Don't have to do anything at this time. Except I can max this out though. Can I actually max this out? Yes, I can. What do I lack? Oh, I lack money. Maybe I can sell? Scrap something? Yeah, maybe I can scrap something here. How much is this? 4,000. Huh. That's 24,000. I don't think that'll be enough for me. Dang. That sucks. Oh well. Anyway, I guess I can actually end it here. I've already done most of my deals already. And I gotta say, I'm gonna have some long time streaming Lucem, like surviving Lucem. That's gonna take a really long while. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed well, the new thing I'm doing in my stream, since I just kind of realized that fast reading for me is only beneficial to myself, but you guys might not be able to catch on. And I also want to try something a bit different, like what if I read everything? So I tried reading everything in the first part of the surviving Lucem, and yeah, I felt like I was watching a movie. And that was like only part 1. Yeah, it's been a good run. I agree. 5 hours of 5 hours of continuous run with what, 5-minute break or something. Yeah, it was short, and I didn't stop talking the entire time. I kept blabbering, like not really blabbering, but I keep on reading out loud what's written in the entire story. But that was something though. I am so glad I played Punishing Grave even. And now I'm introduced to the other games, like the either Gazer or Snowbreak Containment Zone. Yeah. it's something I need to catch on. It's gonna be really grindy. Nice to have like what Warframe to deal with. Right? Yeah. And then I still have to finish Hades. I still haven't exited the Underworld, so I am gonna go back there and go back to hell. I'm going back to hell for this. But I'll do that in the later weeks. But so for now, I'm gonna rest for a while, and I'll see you guys on Friday, because on Friday I'll be doing some Warframe grind again, and it's gonna be my 50th daily grind on Warframe. So I just hope I can get Wisprime like before. Like I hope I can. I already built her during that day, and I don't have any rush like platinums to rush the 3-day build for Wisprime, which is gonna be really a gruesome wait. I think that's the best thing I can tell. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys on Friday, and hope you guys have a good evening or good day, good morning, good wherever you are, as long as you feel good. Yes, I said plat. I said plat. I ran out of plat. Anyway, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Friday for the Warframe grind stream. And if you guys want to join me in the Warframe stream, for those who are playing Warframe with me, Warframe rather, you can join me, and I'll be asking some questions, like the Warframe related questions. And if you win, you get a prime part of your choice in my roster. Hopefully, I have the thing that you need. And also, you can also join me in running some missions. So, for example, if I'm going to do some relic runs, you don't have to. You're not required to have the same rad share as me, because I'm offering my services for free. it's sort of like a free ride. It's for people, for helping people to get by in the game. Because I have to admit, it's a lot grindier than you would think. Like pretty much how I don't know. From what I see, it's just really like what the game has been 10 years now. It's much like I don't know, other grinding games out there. You have like Phantasy Star Online 2, or probably like Final Fantasy or something like that. So, although I haven't played the Final Fantasy. I only played PSO2, but I only tried it like for a short while. I haven't really got into the game properly. All I need is press buttons and dodge. That's it. That's all I know. Anyway, I'll see you guys like on Friday. And you guys have a good one.